wait since so many hours waited for, and of course you saw the development arising from that session, talking about the collation center at Lokoja. Particularly the party agents who were not pleased, especially during Okene, Kogi Central. We saw the whole concerns that were raised about cancellation and also petitions that had been submitted by the party, wanting the cancellation of certain local government areas. How would you react to that?
Thank you very much, my sister. And you're concerned that we are waiting for a long time. You don't need to bother about me because I'm an apostle of growth of democracy in our dear country. Because if our democracy thrives, it means that the development will go with it. It means that there will be popular participation. Because if you allow the people to vote their true choice, you have nothing to lose. And if they are aware that the man who becomes governor today can be voted out in the next 4 years, some will have the patience to wait for that 4 years. And we are coming close to that. In all the elections we have conducted in the Fourth Republic, my happiness is that there have been improvement from one election to the other. Because democracy is not a revolution. All the gains made in liberal democracy have been incremental because it's a human affair process where, in the case, as I said earlier in Nigeria, that what bothers me is that a lot of Nigerians take it for granted that the only way to make money is in government. The day we shed that ugly viewpoints, the better for all of us. And I think we must start from somewhere by making sure that the perquisites of political offices might be reduced so that people do not see it as a golden ball, that they must get there in order to be rich. When they remember that people like Dangote had never been a councillor, he worked hard in his own way and became the richest African. Then by that day, Nigeria will return well to free and fair election. Because the way we are going, if you hear from those who ask questions, you could see the obsession and intensity. Even those who are aware that their question was not relevant at that spot, they were all doing so as if the world is coming to an end. I think we should shed that weight. All the people that contested the election locally in Kogi are from Kogi. I didn't hear that anybody from Sokoto participated there or from Enugu participated. And those who contested in Imo are from Imo. So if we have it in mind that we're talking about the good of the people, that we are not just going to be elected to help yourself to become a billionaire or to start dispensing largesse to your cronies and friends, then we shall come to where we are. I think that the Kogi election is going on well. We will soon get to the details. When we get the details, we will say that it might be freer than we thought. And as I said earlier, we're happy that the ta-ta-ta-ta-ta of 2019 did not happen this time around. So we thank God for that it means there's an improvement in Kogi.
Yes.
So by the time we get the full result and go through the details, we might be in a better position. But you could notice the track that we are still running a tribal politics, that the stronghold of everybody is from where he comes from. That was not what happened in one of the fairest elections in Nigeria, where Chief MK Abiola and Bashir Tofa contested. Abiola won Kano. That is the kind of election we envisage to be seen in future. You do not need to win your place of birth because you were born there. Otherwise, since 1960, some people have been prime minister, some people have been president, some people have been governor. Are their village developed or their region? If they had developed their region, then we can have the incentive of saying my brother must be this. If you know your brother is not competent, please go for the competent person for the interest of our collective prosperity. That's what happens all over the world, where there's development. The American government that was supporting Twitter and Apple, why are they supporting them? They're not saying because they are Anglo-white. Some of them, Steve Jobs that owns Apple before he died, he has an Arab father and a white mother. The man who is heading Google today is an Indian. But the Americans don't bother about that. So I think we should start thinking home so that it's not just my own. Yeah. Namu, namu, tiwa, tiwa, aye, aye. No, you can't continue that way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Okechukwu. I know Mr. Dazang has a lot on his plate he wants to share with us, but let's quickly bring in Mr. Ajanaku, who just joined us. For the Center of Democracy and Development, these elections are always very critical based on your observations and, you know, the narrative you want to send out there. There's a lot that has played out. Imo is done and dusted. There's a winner that has been declared. But for Lokoja, you've been following the developments, and Yenagoa, we know, 4 local governments will awaiting the rest when they reconvene at 3 p.m. But share with us your thoughts concerning what you have gathered so far.
Yeah, first and foremost, based on our preliminary observation, because our plan is to issue a much more definite and conclusive statement 10 a.m. tomorrow. By then, all the data is in from our field observers. But so far, so good. We have spotlighted areas we've considered as, you know, things to commend, some positive signals that have come out of the process, especially, you know, around, you know, the voting period, the swiftness within with which challenges with the beavers were addressed is one of the major talking points we focused on. That this time around we saw, you know, very swift, and you know, the voters even testified to the fact that, you know, that was a major improvement. Also, we have also been very much engaged with countering fake news, misinformation, and disinformation. And some of the scenes you are seeing playing out in the coalition in Kogi actually speak to that aspect of the work we are doing in the process, which is tendency for political actors to want to raise the tension because some of the issues that were being raised at the coalition, for example, we believe, and the coalition officer rightly asked the question, did you have party agents in these places you are talking about?
Yes.
Did you have party agents in these places where you are now coming to contest the results? If you have, you know, those concerns at those points, then those concerns can be taken care of at a certain level, such that you don't come and hold up a process. Because if the process is held up, it also has very serious implications for peace and stability. So we've also tried to do the messaging out there to say this is what the process, you know, is like. The IREF, for example, is there for, you know, for cross-checking. It has added an additional layer of transparency for people to you know, look at the results from their polling units and also compare. And then the political parties cannot run away from that responsibility of ensuring that they have poll agents, you know, and you know, the Electoral Act makes very very detailed provisions for them to have, you know, poll agents. So if you do not have poll agents in a place, for example, then what would be the data-driven basis to make any claim about, you know, but we have said this over and over, but they don't seem to be getting the message that if you are contesting an election, don't just come and give us stories. Give us, you know, your concerns based on the data. Definitely, there were you know, areas of concern, and what we've also observed is that the trust deficit in our political process is playing a role. And good enough, when yesterday there were issues in Ogorimagongo where results were pre-filled, INEC quickly moved in, and that was one of the things we advocated in the build-up, that there should be crisis communication. And good enough, INEC was able to do that, to say, okay, we know that there's a challenge here, and we have suspended voting in those areas. So that is also commendable, because if that was not done, then it would have allowed the narratives to go on, and it could get out of hand. So so far, for the challenges, they're there. We observed vote buying, we observed inducement, we observed some of those things, but we do not want those narratives to overshadow the positives that have also come out of this election. And for us at the CDD, one of the biggest positives will be the synergy in terms of security that has ensured that this process has not been as volatile as some previous elections we have seen.
Yes, and it's good you're already putting your compilation, your narrative together, because other agencies like the NTA too has also come out to say the elections can be adjudged as peaceful. We can't conclude for now until we collate all of that information together. Mr. Dazang, there's a lot, we've seen happening, and of course, Lokoja was a very critical point earlier on. You saw the whole concerns that were raised, particularly at the north central there, Kogi Central rather, where party agents raised concerns that affect their party.
Yes, party agents are entitled to raise concerns with the process. But when you do it at the level at which they are doing it now, the level of state collation, when the issues that concern the process took place perhaps at the polling unit or at the ward collation center, then it amounts to grandstanding.
Yeah.
Or trying to raise tension unnecessarily, because that is what they are trying to do. The tension that was doused before and during the election, some people are trying to raise it unnecessarily. And it's all right that they have been allowed to express themselves, but I think that the right place to do that is not at the State Collation Center. Be that as it may, even though the Electoral Act also empowers polling agents, and we've been calling the attention of political parties and candidates to make sure that they not only appoint polling agents, but they get these polling agents trained and informed about their remit, so that the kind of vigilance that we saw playing out, or that played out in the areas where elections were suspended, can now perfuse the entire process. But I want to also say that even though the Electoral Act now empowers, agents and candidates to insist on citing certain documents, agents either signing or not signing the result sheets at the level of collation does not detract from the validity of the returns that are being made.
Yeah.
So people should know their powers, and they should know their limitations, and they should carry themselves with decorum and responsibility. The issue, the challenge we've always had, particularly with Kogi, is that in almost all the elections so far that have been conducted since 1999, bar the first installment of elections that saw Governor Audu become governor. All the other ones have been marred by violence, either at the level of pre-election or during the election, or even in the aftermath of the election. And we were hoping and praying that that stigma will not also affect the conduct of this election. So please, the polling agents and the political parties and their candidates should check themselves so that the collation is concluded and a return is made. That is very important.
Yes, and Mr. Okechukwu, especially with the fact that Mr. Dazang has just mentioned decorum, for party agents. When situation arises, of course, political parties, this is the time to call their party agents to order. We saw the situation where another party was countering what the SDP agent was saying, that it's not their fault if they cannot have enough party agents, situated at certain wards. Which of course it's mandated that you should have your party agents at every ward designated. And we also saw the situation in Yenagoa where they're protesting Nembe constituency for the cancellation of 11, 12 and 13 wards. These discrepancies should not be happening at a time when everybody just wants this collation to go seamlessly. Mr. Okechukwu.
Thank you very much. I understand what my co-panelists are saying about the agents. But at the center of any election is how do we reduce money politics? How will those small political parties or people who do not have money, how can they win elections without having the mega bulk to recruit agents to cover all the polling units that keep on multiplying by the day? If you talk of presidential election, for instance, over 176,000 polling units. You talk of any of the states, most of the states have over 4,000 polling units. For God's sake, the Nigerian state had invested over 300 billion naira on technology to ease out human element. You can hear the Supreme Court, the appeal courts and other tribunals talking about the agents must be here, must be there. Please, let's de-emphasize it. Let the INEC sit up with the officials to use the money we invested on technology, for God's sake. In India, that is the most populous country of the world today, 1.4 billion people, the election is mostly seamless. What are we using in India? We use the same beavers. And they rely on it. The day there is a collation by the beavers, is taken as sacrosanct because it's real. That's what we should do. If you don't have money, you should run for an election. Yes, granted that our constitution did not allow us to run for election as individuals. That is the more reason why INEC should sit up. Look, for instance, that all those fault lines are INEC officials. In Imo, a simple request was made. Please, we don't want this resident electoral commissioner. I don't see what makes it difficult to redeploy her for that election and bring another one so that you show some sanity,
And
some neutrality. Yeah. And the governor could have still won. Because as I said, the internal democracy in PDP was faulty. The PDP keep on making that mistake in internal democracy, which is an injury to the growth of our democracy, because we don't want a one-party state. I agree with my friend in the civil society organization that yes, agent is important. Let's not overemphasize the agent. There are parties that have no money to pay for the agents to be everywhere. The taxpayers' money used to procure technology. We cannot forget yesterday also easily that one of the highlights at the tail end of Buhari's exit was the 2022 Electoral Act that impacted seriously the use of technology, advanced it. Let nobody diminish that growth, that legacy for our growth of democracy. Yes, I agree with you. If you have the wherewithal, you could have all the agents. But if you don't have that, it should not be a problem. If the umpire, you should ask yourself, now we are on this television, who are we contesting with? Our young brothers and sisters who are hooked up to English Premier League in London. We used to kill ourselves to watch insurance or mighty jets and rangers. Why have we lost? Because we corrupted the league system in Nigeria. And we are still finding it difficult to sanitize our electoral process so that human element will be removed. Almighty God mandates some people to discover technology to ease out human suffering. And we invested 300 billion. And some people are saying, yes, it's not mandatory. If you do it, you enter what I call the impunity culture. Mpu culture that kills societies because it's easy for you to downplay it. Why did we invest in it? Today, the Nigerian universities where we went to, look at the lecturers conducting election, leaving their job. You know the impact it has in the universities? Now we invest money, what science can do for us and technology, we try to downplay it. That is not necessary because your friend rose to Kichibu, you want him to be governor. So if I'm not governor, what's wrong? Tell me, those who have been governor in Enugu, what is the impact in their state, in their local government? Those who have been in Sokoto, what the impact in their local government? Those who have been in Katsina, those who have been in Cross River. Is it not the same story? Let's, for God's sake, try the civil society organization. I'm begging you people, let us push to modify the electoral system, improve it more, so that technology will be very important. Let the IRF be mandatory. Let there be no manual collation. If you don't have an agent, since we do not provide for private individuals to run for election, then you can go for the smallest party and place yourself. If the Nigerian people vote you, technology will place that you are won. Let's aim to that. It's not impossible.
Okay.
It's not impossible.
I'm sure Mr. Janaku has a lot of response to that because, yes, the technology is there, the BVAS, the IREV. Based on your recommendations and what you're compiling, did the agency push for that? And what are your observations following this off-cycle election?
Yeah, absolutely. We are on the same page with the position on the role technology should play, and we have, been a major voice, supporting that process. In fact, our organization was one of the frontline organizations that actually pushed for, these provisions like the IREV and all of that. And we are very happy that increasingly it has become a part of the process. And so when you ask, the next steps or the lessons learned from it, we have also argued that technology is not a silver bullet. It doesn't solve because if you look at the argument, we want technology, but we don't also want to dilute or get to that point of saying that when technology comes, it takes away all of the problems. And if we have that understanding, then we have to move forward, with that understanding. And
sorry, let me cut in there.
Yes.
Based on the point Mr. Okechukwu raised, the use of IREV, which we saw before the commencement of this off-cycle election, the INEC, the electoral empire, came out to give assurances that IREV will be used for this election. So, from your observations, was that in place?
No, but we saw it in the presidential election.
We're talking of this off-cycle.
Yes,
that was
because
given.
no, you cannot discuss the off-cycle election without also looking at the trajectory from the presidential election.
Okay.
The technology, the role technology played in that election was promises were made, and at a point in the process, it was INEC reported that they had glitches. However, that came about. The reality is that the perception on the part of many citizens was that that promise was not kept, which is why we say that even if you have access to the technology, you deploy the technology, it is not a silver bullet that will solve all the problems. If the attitude of the political actors remain the same, we saw the attempts on technology, we saw the number of attempts that were made on INEC servers and things like that. So
Did you see that play out with this one?
No. I'm not talking about this. We're just looking at it on a broader scale, looking at the electoral process. We didn't see that playing out here. As a matter of fact, as of yesterday, we saw the IREV had updated a lot of the results. But now, just imagine that you have a lot of results. I don't know the percentage the IREV has captured as at this moment, but you have the IREV that has captured at least not less than 50% of the results, whether you talk about Imo, Kogi, or Bayelsa. And then you have the human element. People still coming here to argue. They're not ready to take a look at the data. So you may sometimes have the technology, and then the human element acts out a process that does not countenance that technology. I agree that technology is important. We are absolutely for it, but we also have to address that human element, the character, the content of the character of the people that are a part of the process. That's one point. The other point around technology is the problem we are dealing with in this election. As at this morning, we were doing a fact check on a video that was circulating, saying that a particular polling unit in Osu local government, that results were being written for the APC. We had to do a fact check. That is technology at play. Technology is being used to circulate that video, and we had to do responses, contact our soldiers of mouth on the ground to get information to say this thing that is happening, or this thing that is being circulated, is it true, is it real, or is it not real? And then we're able to do a fact check of when we talk about technology, given our own context, we cannot just say that, okay, it will come in and wipe out all the problems in the process, even though we believe that it is necessary. It's something that should be pushed forward in the electoral process. So going back to the tempers that were flaring at the collation center, we cannot deny the fact that technology or no technology, people who want to act this way, if you do not address that, they will keep on undermining the process and the credibility, because already there's a perception. That collation was on national TV. People are watching, people are seeing, and people in those areas where they are saying, okay, it's like the process is being rigged against us, people are watching. And so we have to, there's a lot more to do than just saying that on its own, technology will fix all of the problem, even though we believe that technology is necessary.
Mr. Dazang, I remember 2 days ago, the build-up to the off-cycle election, I had a conversation with you, and following the assurances from INEC, for the IREV, we're seeing these, concerns raised by party agents on the non-tally of the results. If results were uploaded by the IREV, let's assume that, we shouldn't be having this kind of, concerns being raised of non-tally of these results.
Well, you see, why I said what they were doing was grandstanding is because most of these results were uploaded on the IREF, and as at yesterday evening, the upload reached up to 80-something% for the 3 states. So if they did, this kind of raucous atmosphere should not even arise in the first instance. And if the political parties were doing their own homework, they ought to also have people, or they ought to have a small situation room and get one smart person to be checking whether these results are being uploaded on the IRF or not, and whether they agree with their own figures as obtained by their polling agents or not. Having said that, let me also say that technology adds transparency to the electoral process. And I think that explains why since 2002, INEC has incrementally added, technology to the process, from the OMR forms to the electronic voting system, that's EVS, to the permanent voter card, to the smart card reader, and now to the BVAS and the IREF. And the idea is to deploy technology to add transparency to the process. But as Amsfree said, technology is not a silver bullet. It can't cure, it's not a cure-all. integrity and transparency on the part of those who are deploying technology matters. And that explains why, where there is deficit of integrity, we saw people filling result sheets in lieu of even the conduct of elections. So what we need also, in addition to technology, is integrity, is transparency. And once we do that, from particularly by the election management body, which is the driver of the process, then other stakeholders, it would have set an edifying example for other stakeholders to follow. And then we can now walk around the perception and attitude of people. He cited India. And I can assure you that in India, they distribute electoral material, sensitive and non-sensitive, by post, like using NIPOS to transport their electoral materials. Electoral officials go home with the sensitive materials, with the ballot boxes and papers. Even in some jurisdictions in West Africa, you see electoral officers going home with this so-called sensitive materials. So I think that integrity and trust, these are key. Once things are done in a fashion that everybody believes that he will not be shortchanged, then there will be no anxiety, there will be no fear. But the problem is when everybody is suspicious, nobody trusts the umpire, then there will be suspicion all over the process. But in other jurisdictions, we see an attempt by the umpire to be very transparent, to carry itself in a manner that will become very challenging for anybody even to... I can give instances. One of the most beloved and adored electoral commissioners in West Africa is Afari Jan, a former chairman of Ghana Electoral Commission. He was so transparent, he did everything with integrity, and even if you are the president, in fact, there was a report of an incident where the president of Ghana visited him in the office, and he refused to receive him. He said, I have no appointment with you, so go back to your office. And I know that in this country also, we had situations in which in INEC we had issues. We had challenges, logistics challenges. And we came out and called stakeholders and said, look, we cannot conduct election on so date because we have these challenges. The sensitive materials are yet to be delivered to us, so we cannot conduct the election. But because we respected these stakeholders and because they trusted us at that time, they said, why not? You can do it at any time that is convenient. Please appoint a time and let us know. Then we agree with you, and then we go home and tell our people. So you need to do things in such a fashion that there is trust, there is confidence. But once there is no trust, there is no confidence, you tell me good morning, I have to go out and check whether it is good afternoon or evening. Then there will be challenges. But if I tell you good morning and you go out and you confirm that it is morning, then there will be no distrust. And we are coming from a paradigm of lack of trust. The commission itself said it was going to upload polling unit results on the INEC results viewing portal, real time. It didn't do that. It was part of its own regulation. If you look at paragraph 38 of the guidelines and regulations for the conduct of elections 2022. And it was one of the pillars on which the election itself was predicated. And then at the last minute, this pillar was bludgeoned. It was demolished. So even if you had genuine reasons for not uploading the results, and you didn't tell Nigerians timeously, and I've always said to anybody who asks me, I worked in INEC, we had a standard operating procedure. Whenever there are challenges like that, you come clean. You call stakeholders, critical, say, look, this is the challenge we are having. Yeah. They may condemn you at that moment, but they will pardon you because you took them into confidence. But the challenge with the 2023 general elections was that INEC took its time before it admitted it had challenges. And between the time that it admitted it had challenges, So many people took over the entire narrative of the election. People who ought not to be drivers of the election became the drivers and the conductors. You know, INEC was missing in action. It went MIA. So by the time you come back, other people have taken over the place that you ought to have dominated in the first place. So these are things that cause lack of trust. And now INEC has to now earn that trust. And it is when this trust is earned over a period of time that, you know, Nigerians can say, oh, excuse me, yes, we can trust INEC to do this thing, even if we are not there. We can trust INEC to conduct elections because civil society are there also watching INEC. The media are there watching INEC. But for now, there are issues from the position of INEC. And of course, the issues are not peculiar to INEC. We've always said that the political class has its own challenges. And there is the need for us to put pressure on the political class to reform itself in the manner that INEC consciously reformed itself. Nobody told INEC to introduce technology, but in realization of the fact that it recognized that technology improves elections, and learning from other jurisdictions where technology was introduced and it improved elections, INEC now borrowed all these beavers and so on, and IREV. They are not peculiar to Nigeria. Other countries like Kenya and so on have introduced these technologies. So the idea in this modern era is to learn best practices and adopt those best practices. And I think that going forward, what we need to do is to do things that, you know, give confer trust to the process so that people can trust us. People don't have, oh, if it's INEC, no, I can go to sleep. Then the job is made easier. In other jurisdictions, I've always said it, you won't even know an election is taking place because the people have confidence that somebody will not rig the election. You only know that election is taking place when analysts like us are in the studio analyzing the conduct of the election or the outcome. But already certain things have been settled. Certain things are expected to be done seamlessly. So we have to take our elections to that level. Once we do that, then other things can fall into place. Trust can come in. Confidence, you know, will be there.
Indeed. Mr. Dazang, you've said a lot, and while we're processing that thought, let's also refresh our memory on the local government areas that have been announced, talking about 18 local government areas in Kogi. And earlier I told you it was 4 in Yenagoa. That's actually 3. I beg your pardon for that mix-up. Of course, you know it's 8 local government areas and 105 wards in Yenagoa. And we're expecting that at 3 p.m., that was the time they gave earlier when they took a break to reconvene. So we're expecting that to happen. I'll just quickly refresh just some few local government areas. Mr. Dazang, Mr. Okechukwu, you may want to have a look also at that document. David, okay, you both can share one while we pass the other to Mr. Armstrong. All right, thank you for that. Arms free. Why am I calling him Armstrong?
Sorry,
I'll stay with Mr. Ajanaku. I think that's better.
Okay.
All right, Adavi local government area, this is for Kogi now. APC 101,156, PDP 1,005 votes, SDP 268, ADC 268,000. For Ajakuta local government area, APC 23,000, I beg your pardon, 211, PDP 483, SDP 8,869, for ADC 247. Angpa local government area, APC 8,707 votes, PDP 3,654, SDP 43,258, and ADC 186. Basa local government area, APC 9,515, PDP 3,605, SDP 7,543, ADC 448, For Dekina local government area, APC 9,174, PDP 499, SDP 47,480, ADC 421. For Ida local government area, APC 2,033, PDP 201, ADC 91, SDP 20,059 votes there. Ijumu local government area, APC 10,524, PDP 6,909, SDP 356, ADC got 1,898. Kaba, Bunu local government area, APC 12,376, PDP 8,566, SDP 942, ADC 1,537. Kogi Kotonkarfe local government area, APC 14,769, PDP 2,974, SDP 8,441, ADC 133. I will have to skip the rest. It's a handful here. 18 local government areas have been, it's done and dusted. So we're just awaiting 3 more. Bayelsa earlier. Let's just skip to Bayelsa. Kolokuma, Opokuma local government area, APC 5,349, LP 22, NRM 29, PDP 18,465. For Ogbia, I beg your pardon, local government area, APC 16,319, LP 57, NRM 37, PDP 18,435. And the last one, definitely not the least, Yenagoa local government area, APC 14,534, LP 244, NRM 202, PDP 37,777. And that's the 3 local government areas that have been announced in Yenagoa. Shortly, I'm sure they will reconvene because they gave us 3 p.m. and that's a long wait since that 11:30 they left. We have a report we want to take right now. The African Union Development Agency, new partnership for Africa's development, that is AUDA NEPAD, election monitoring and observation situation room in Abuja, has come out to say the November off-cycle elections in Bayelsa, Imo and Kogi states were relatively peaceful and successful, urging other African countries to key into the success story. Now, this was during a press briefing in Abuja. Our correspondent, Timothy Yusuf, will fill us in on the details.
The African Union Development Agency, new partnership for Africa's development, AUDA NEPAD election monitoring and observation situation room in Abuja, is in line with the agency's African peer review mechanism mandate to monitor and observe elections within the country. AUDA NEPAD was on this premise accredited as one of the foreign observers for the Imo, Kogi and Bayelsa governorship elections. It deployed observers across the 3 states to monitor and report back to Situation Room on the spot assessment of the elections.
INEC prepared, very well for this election. Might be because it is off-cycle election. They prepared well. Because even in the remotest riverine areas in Bayelsa, they got their election materials as early as possible, and that is kudos to INEC. We give kudos to INEC, and the same applies to the security agencies also. This time around, we did not hear of people snatching ballot boxes and moving around. We didn't hear that because the security were up to their game.
In the meantime, Yaga Africa watching the votes for the off-cycle elections in Kogi, Imo and Bayelsa states is urging INEC to clarify the status of locations where elections did not hold, including the upload of results from polling units. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
Right, there you have it. Observation by monitoring and evaluation agencies there. That's their own report. And Mr. Ajanaku, that's also part of what you do. So how would you judge what has happened so far?
Yeah, so like I said, we are working based on the data that we have from the field, and what we only have at this moment up till now is a preliminary report which spoke to a range of issues that I mentioned earlier. But part of the observation also is the disinformation component, and I've made allusions to that as we speak, we have 25 soldiers of mouth in each of the states where the off-cycle elections are taking place. And the role of those soldiers of mouth is actually to bridge the digital divide. And good enough, we were talking about technology earlier. Interestingly, the political parties that will be reluctant to go and check the IREV, to actually get the right data, they were very active in using technology to disinform the electorate. We did an information assessment first of all in the pre-election period, and we found a whole range of disinformation. And as at election day, we have done no less than 15 fact checks to counter some of the disinformation, including this.
I was just going to ask you how you were able to counter that. That's your bit.
Yes. So it was a major part of our observation, for the election. And how we did that was we set up what we call a war room, that played the role of countering misinformation and disinformation. And the role of that war room is we have information disorder experts, we have very young and savvy social media users who sit and monitor social media to see all the kinds of narratives that are coming around the elections. Now that we are at the point of results, I can also tell you that we are doing a lot of fact checks on fake results being circulated, especially as results are being declared. In fact, this morning, one of the results, fake result that was being circulated, was well-designed image that had the logo of INEC, was being pushed around, and the claim was that there was a lot of overvoting around some particular areas in Kogi, and so that was being used to shape the legitimacy of whatever outcome that was going to be announced by INEC. So our people in the war room, have actually done a check on that, and I've also mentioned the video going around because some of these things we may just take it as something flying on social media, but those things are shaping perceptions. They are, giving people the mindset that this election might not, the outcome might not be legitimate, and that's how people also become a bit. They no longer have confidence in the process because of those kinds of information they are exposed to. So one of the major aspects of our work in this election was really to ensure that we don't just do the fact checks and it sits on social media. We are also able to take it to the people in the rural areas through the word of mouth. So that's why our soldiers of mouth are also out there. So when we complete the fact check, the soldiers of mouth are also able to take it to the people at the grassroots through word of mouth transmission of the information. So so far that's what we are seeing. But like I said, tomorrow we now have like a comprehensive briefing where we make recommendations, talk about what worked and what did not work, and also again the role technology has played in this process, which we have also said is commendable given how the IREV has worked and all of that. It's now also the time for us to try to advocate to the political actors, because at the risk of sounding like a broken record, the political actors, if their behavior doesn't change, there's going to be a whole lot of issues in the process, because you cannot imagine that political parties will sit young people down in troll farms, what we call troll farms, and they will just be manufacturing information, manufacturing videos, using AI to generate different kinds of content that they push around.
And you ask to what gain? You know, it's just appalling when you think of situations like that. What are you trying to promote, Mr. Okechukwu? You brought the issue of the importance of technology and see the way the narrative, the same technology, is being used to change perceptions of people at a time where we're talking about, you know, building the strengthening our democracy.
My sister, please, what I'm trying to do is...
No, I understand your point. I'm just
insisting
saying... Yeah, okay.
that Ajanaku and his group are doing a good job. But the equipment INEC has...
Okay, your concern is with INEC.
...has firewalls to make it dependable, to reduce the trust deficit. Let me, for instance, the Nigerian state had always been lucky in our elections. A critical analysis of the 2023 general elections. Governors lost bids to come back to the Senate, which up to 9 or thereabout governors, which in the past could have been taken for granted they're already in the Senate, which is a good pass mark for INEC. The glitch in the presidential election, up to today, INEC had not told the Nigerian people who caused the glitch. And the law provides for any malfeasance. The person should be tried. And Mr. President Tinubu could have won that election without the glitch. Because luckily for my party, the APC, the PDP, as usual, mangled their primaries that produced NMPP, produced the Obedient Movement, and the PDP. So there's no way we couldn't have won. And that uproar could have been avoided. I'm still saying that the technology we have in place has firewalls that could make INEC, IREF to be dependable. That Ajanaku will be just, it will limit their expenses and their sweat, or the what you call the deploying people up and down. If it's reliable, and it is going to be reliable if you want to make it reliable. You think you are helping President Tinubu, you didn't help him. You didn't help him. He could have won. Now, in all these things they are saying, this will happen there, this will happen there, for God's sake. The recruitment pattern, that's what Waze was saying. That the recruitment pattern should be in such a manner that we avoid all those, none of us is an angel. That the Nigerian state still consider to have an amendment of the Electoral Act, where we resort to what Waze recommended. In America, the Attorney General of a state that is in charge of election is voted for. Attorney General is voted for. Why can't we vote for those who are coming to head the electoral system? And also establish the commission that will try those who are culpable. You don't need to be culpable playing with. We are saying that our nurses are leaving, our doctors are leaving, families are exiting out of our country, and we don't feel it is a calamity. An exodus that is unnecessary, avoidable. Big people leaving the shores.
So, Mr. Okechukwu...
I'm worried.
Yes.
I'm worried about what is going on. And it is because deficit that is unnecessary, trust deficit that is unnecessary, is what is being, what is happening. And it is avoidable.
That's where I want to get to. You've raised serious concern about INEC. Mr. Dazang, I know you will respond to that. You've raised serious concern about INEC playing its own role. What about the political actors? What about the citizens? You know, it's a collective responsibility. While INEC is trying to fix its house together, where the political actors are also, from what Mr. Ajanaku is saying, they are architects, so to say, from his words, you know, of pushing this disinformation, you know, misleading the perception of the electorate, which shouldn't be. We're trying to build a nation where we want prosperity, we want growth, we want good governance. So why these same political actors based on what he has reported here, pushing misinformation online.
Please, we finished the 2023 elections, and some people were caught, and they reported to INEC. INEC reported to the police. On the last count, the police said they moved their investigation back to INEC. Why are we all not stealing? It's because we're afraid to go to jail. Those who've caused us havoc on elections should be tried, prosecuted, and jailed. Human beings were deterred. When you see that your neighbor is heading to jail, it makes you to be afraid. Why is it that the Chinese execute people for corruption? What he had done in China was to minimize the level of corruption. He didn't wipe it off. But to a greater extent, the corruption in China had reduced. Why is the Royal Court in England celebrated? Because any malfeasance, they will jail you, no matter who is lobbying. And we are human beings who can do so. That's what I'm not saying that INEC cannot do well. I'm saying that INEC still need to tide the news. They have the news to tide. No technology of that spec had no firewalls, even to shoot down the fictitious ones. You can shoot down, you can pull down the fictitious ones. But most importantly, if your own is trusted, my sister, if your own is trusted, the people will say, don't mind those people. Let them push out what they want in the social media. But we know we can rely on what to spend over 300 billion on. That's my contest. It's not that I'm not trying to accuse anybody. I'm not doing blame game. But I'm saying today is still early for us to close the news so that we use technology that is dependable. And we have it already. We have it. What we have on the desk that made governors not to be senators, for God's sake. The same equipment that made my former governor in Enugu, who had prepared to be back in the parliament where he came from before he became governor. Suddenly he got angry with everybody. So like his colleagues that lost in the same, he's my good friend. So I told him, I said, Governor, you know, technology is advancing us. Next time, let another person go. We'll come back. You can go again if you want. So he said, I'm not so worried. I said, thank you. Don't get worried. Must you be? Osito Okechi want to be president. Must I be?
We still need the attitudinal change, Mr. Okechukwu. Mr. Dazang, the attitudinal change to the essence of patriotism, what it really stands for when you're vying for a position. There should be a sense of responsibility, you know, in it. Understanding the goal you're going for and the task before you. It's not about, like Mr. Okechukwu has put it, it's very attractive compared to other climes in the world.
Yes. You see, sometimes when I reflect on this issue of power, you know, it is only when it concerns power that somebody can come and say, I'm the most suitable. One would have thought that the right thing would be for somebody to say, yes, this man has the attributes we are looking for, and let's go for him. Now, the challenge we have in our own jurisdiction is that people who have character, people who have integrity, are shying away from the process. And I don't also blame them, because in time past, credible persons wanted to contest elections. But because of the protracted political transition program under the military, which dealt them blows, most of them kept away. And then at the end of the day, it was the inferior, what we call the epigons, that, you know, once the system opened up, they now took advantage and now they came in. And since these people do not set store by integrity, they don't have character, they don't believe in anything. That explains why we found ourselves the way we are. And also, the fact that also the highest returns on investment in any investment in Nigeria is in politics. You put your money in politics today, you come to the National Assembly through the instrumentality of a night boss, the next day you are driving an SUV. So people are desperate. And then each time you go, you enter the social media, you see these your honorables flaunting their wives.
Mr.
Marrying
Hassan,
wives.
You say your honorables, you say Nigerian legislators. You're making it look like they are my honorables.
No, I
They
didn't
are
say
our
you,
honorables.
our honorables. So you can see the values, the kind of values they subscribe to are vain. But the challenge also does not also rest on them alone. It rests on us, the followers. The fact that we don't insist on voting people of character. The fact that we don't hold people we vote for to account. The fact that when people steal, we celebrate them. The fact that when people carry themselves well and they refrain from stealing, we repudiate them, we ridicule them. So the challenge is also that of the political class and that of the followers. We need to go for people who have character, who can deliver on good governance, and who subscribe to certain uplifting values. Because a man who does not believe anything, like someone said, can fall for anything. So you have an army of politicians out there who don't even believe in anything. The political parties on which platform they contested don't believe in anything. One party is as good as the other. You can contest on the platform of this party today and jump from that platform to another party because they don't mean the same thing. I've said it at one of the discussions on NTA that one lawyer wrote the Constitution, a manifesto of 3 political parties. As he migrated from one to the other, he just dusted the previous one he wrote and altered the name, and it was adopted. How do you run a political party like that? So the political class has its own issues. When I'm talking about political class, I'm talking about those who are involved with power. Those of us who are involved with power, myself and my good friend, and my good friend over there, we also have our own share of the challenges because we don't hold the feet of these politicians to the fire. You said if you are voted, you do this, you do that, you do that. Why have you not done it? And if you can't do it, what have we done to make sure that such a person is not returned subsequently? How have we sensitized people? How have we educated them? We also have a responsibility.
You know, as you were just talking, it just made me want to ask Mr. Ajanakute's Center for Democracy and Development. Development only thrive when the democracy also in the country is doing so well and progressing. So part of your recommendations beyond the election observations and all of that, do you make certain recommendations in terms of reorientation, you know, in terms of conduct for political parties? Because it starts from there. You have to look at the foundation of where these problems, the political parties produce these candidates that we're talking about. So it starts from there. So do you touch on those areas if you're truly projecting that development for the country?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this is why one of the slogans we try to make people to understand is that our role is not just to agonize, our role is also to organize. And that process of organizing is critical, and education, sensitization of the citizen is a very critical aspect of that process. So that's why, for example, in this election cycle, when I talk about fact-checking, we're not just doing that. We are on radio in the 3 states trying to help citizens understand you know, what the dynamics are, how they can recognize information and all of that. That's the civic education, media literacy aspect of the work we're doing. But beyond that, when you talk about the political accountability, what Mr. Dazang has called holding the feet of the politicians to the fire, we have been doing our bit, with regards to that. You will recall that CDD, for example, is the first organization that pioneered what we call the Buhari meter after Buhari was elected in 2015, because in that particular election, the former president made lots of promises. In fact, at a point, the APC could not even keep track of all the promises they made. So we helped them to document the promises, and then we started looking at how far they've gone to achieve those promises. At some point, we had quarrel with the then administration around
disagreements.
Disagreements, yes.
Okay.
Them saying, no, we didn't promise this, and would go back to the campaign trail and dig out where they made the statements, saying they promised, so and so, and we kept on trying to hold the politicians accountable for what they have promised the citizens. Beyond that administration, in the current administration, we also have those plans to hold the politicians accountable. But we have also made no mistake about the fact that we should move away from the meta-narratives, the big narratives around what's happening at the national level, at the federal level, and then take this discussion to the grassroots, at the subnational level, the state level, the local government level, even up to the world level, such that our argument that democracy is about participation can take firm footing around the notion that people are participating not just at the federal level, they're also holding their politicians accountable at the
state and
at
local
the state
government
and local government level. So we're contributing our part to that quota. But let me just also mention that when you mentioned the whole discussion around disinformation and what the politicians are doing, which we have been advocating that they should stop doing those things because it muddies the waters and confuses citizens and makes citizens not to be in tune with the right conversations that would edify democracy and make democracy to grow in Nigeria. We have seen situations, especially even with the current government, where known peddlers of fake news during elections have been, they've not received any form of sanction from the system. The system rather has rewarded them with higher position. So someone who blatantly goes out there, tells lies to deceive the citizens in the name of trying to win an election, what you see at the end of the day is not accountability. It's not being held accountable, whether by the political party, and whether you talk about even the person who's making the appointments into government. So we've seen many of them, go into government to hold even higher positions than they held when they peddled disinformation. So that is part of the problem, and we must talk about that, because if we don't talk about that, we'll remain in a cycle. If there's no accountability, if there's no form of saying, okay, when the wrong things are done, then there's a response from the system to hold people accountable, then it's going to be the same. So as we do our part as civil society, through advocacy, through research, we've been doing a lot of research, and which is why we don't always want to just discuss issues on the surface. We need the data. That's why I think a much more expansive discussion of these ongoing elections we would have tomorrow. As we speak, we have our people at our Election Analysis Center compiling data from the states so that we can talk a lot more objectively and in a manner that is driven by data, and we can then make very concrete recommendations, which was also what we did with the presidential elections. We made very far-reaching recommendations with respect to how to reform the process.
Mr. Ajanaku, just before I bring in Mr. Okechukwu, I'd like to stay on you. This is not the first time you make recommendations like this, come out with fantastic documents. Based on your observation over the years and over time, are these documents really implemented? Do you see that happen in society? Do you see that play out based on your recommendations?
Yes, some of it have received good attention. Like I mentioned, some of the reforms we saw with INEC, even the technology, the question of the role of technology in the election, and even the things we mentioned around issues such as the manual nature of collation, and how it really affects the credibility of the process. Some of those issues were taken into consideration. For example, in 2019, we came up with a major report on collation of results at world level, and we talked about the imperfections of that system, the fact that there are miscalculations, adding up the figures, and that was one of the things that energized the process for things like IREF to come and all of that. So some of those recommendations are taken. Others, it's like the parable of the sower in the Bible, where you throw seed, some drop on hard ground, some drop on the fertile ground, and I would say that that has actually been the way it has played out. There have been others that we have not seen work being done on them, and but we keep doing that in terms of putting our ideas in this space and not doing it in a way as if we're an island of knowledge or we know it all, but also interfacing with the stakeholders. For example, the conversation we've had here today on technology is really insightful in terms of giving us that collective resolve, because this is a collective process. Yeah. We cannot say as civil society we are going to do it all. We have to synergize with every other person or every other institution in the process to ensure that our democracy works. Because in the end, democracy is about freedom. Freedom from poverty, freedom from ignorance, freedom from malnutrition, all the freedoms combined. We don't want that kind of democracy that we just stay at the level of abstractions. We want democracy to deliver on development. That's our mission at the Center for Democracy and Development.
And if I grab what you just mean, in a collective form, it's all about liberalization. Democracy is about liberalization, so to say. Mr. Okechukwu, you were nodding your head in concurrence to what he has said, and of course democracy is not just for people we put there or to hold up positions to lead rather, but also for individuals, citizens participation, active participation by the citizens. It entails a lot. How would you react to that?
No, the civil society organization in Nigeria had done so well. We must praise them at each turn for the mileage they have achieved, the sacrifice they have made. And don't forget that they played a key role in return from military rule to civil rule. Yeah. And most of them then did not participate in the elective office, and some are reluctant, as Dazang said. So we commend them. I commend them highly and plead with some of them to make sure they participate. Look at the good work he said they are doing at the local level. The local level had become the downside of the growth of our democracy. All the governors, the 36 governors of the Federation, they share one dictatorial tendency that today, because the Constitution allowed them to set up their state electoral commission, they call it a state independent electoral commission, which is a farce. That any time there's an election, I think it was only a few times where some states allowed opposition to win one councillor. They don't allow any opposition to win any chairmanship of any of the local councils. Some even do not do elections. What they do is to do an appointive. And the violent breach of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where Section 7 said that the local council must be democratically elected. Most of the time, they do not touch democracy with one foot. So a lot of work still needs to be done in that, at that level. Even when the Buhari administration managed, with the cooperation of the 9th and 10th National Assembly, to say, okay, the state judiciary and the state legislatures should have first-line charge of funding. Most governors had not implemented those fine recommendations to make their state judiciary and their state legislators to be independent financially. They still insist on dashing the money, buying vehicles for judges, and trying to segment reward system in the legislature, which is antithetical to the growth of democracy in Nigeria. So more work needs to be done. That's why I'm saying that the national INEC that had shown some progress by the day should intensify, so that those governors who disappoint their states should lose elections. If you allow them to be returning and winning, then there will be no development at that level or at that subnational unit. That's what I'm saying. Luckily for the Nigerian states, the national INEC had done so well. But the praise of doing well is more hard work. That's why I'm saying they need more hard work. They need to be more fortified to return us to where we're going. This is a country where the 7th out of 10 most populous countries of the world. And by projections, in the next 2 decades or 3, we'll get to the 4th or the 3rd. And out of the 10 as currently situated, is only 3 out of the 10 most populous countries of the world that had a youth advantage of 60 to 70% of the population. China, that is number 1, do not have youth advantage. But Nigeria, that is 7, has youth advantage. But the youth advantage can also be a disadvantage if the youths are not invested in. We've looked at the budget of the state governors and even the federal. Little percentage given to education and health. So if we do an election and the people know that a governor is not doing well, suddenly the man returns to power. Why would they turn out to vote? We understand in some of the 3 states, while election was going on, some of the young boys were playing football, which is total alienation.
Honestly.
And withdrawal from the system because they lost confidence in the system. Despondency and despair. So we don't need to place our country in despair. You go to villages, you see big houses. You ask why the place overgrown with weed. They said, oh, the people have traveled. You say even one person left behind. They said, no, the family left. How long do we lament? As Ajanaku said, we used to be with a lady that was also an activist, Tia Ajanaku. In those days, she used to warn. She said she came to politics from the nursing profession, and that she's concerned about the growth of human beings. And that was in the 90s. Why are we still where we are? That is my worry. I get worried because I'm not getting younger. I need to see a country that prospers with all the human and material resources at our disposal. I need to see a country, and we cannot prosper if an election is not free and fair. We can't.
Mr. Dazang, I want to believe every time Mr. Okechukwu mentioned the INEC, something in you just skips. But again, even though you're not in the system, you're still a stakeholder. If we have to get the electoral process in this country right, it still falls back to the electoral empire. Having that confidence, there were a lot of confidence, people, were having for this election to ensure that, we want to see what next, what would they do? Off-cycle election, it's just 3 states, no big deal, we can get it done. There's a lot, that Mr. Okechukwu has brought out.
Yes, there's a lot that we need to do. We need to do as, when I say we now, I'm referring to the election management body, that's INEC. It needs to put its acts together. It needs to realize that its mandate is a onerous one. It needs to realize, for example, that if you are conducting an election such as the one we had in 2023, in which at that time, 305 billion naira was invested in that election. Now, assuming you are to hold that election today, you spend perhaps 3 times that amount, given the fact that the naira has been devalued. Now, if you deploy 305 billion naira to constructing or to dualizing the road from Abuja, you could dualize probably from here to Kano and perhaps up to Maiduguri.
Yeah.
So you have taken that money, you have invested, you have forgone other projects and invested it in elections. And so what you are looking at the end of the day is, was it money well spent, or was it money gone down the drain? What we got at the end of the day, was it commensurate with the investment, the suffering? Because people forwent or they deprive themselves of certain benefits in order to have that election. And part of the challenge, and I've been emphasizing this, is that we are having democratic reversals in the West and Central African sub-region. In fact, it is being referred to now as a coup belt because of the frequency of coup d'etats. And part of what people are looking at is that elections are not credible, they are not transparent. People who are being returned do not deserve to be returned because they didn't win the elections. And when they are foisted through the instrumentality of the election management body, they don't feel obligated to deliver good governance, and people continue to suffer endlessly, as a result of which they welcome coup d'etats with open arms, as have happened in so many countries around us. Perhaps we are the only country, Ghana, Nigeria, and Cameroon, standing in the West African sub-region. And that should instruct us, that should send us a message that we need to sit up and do the right thing. That is what I've been saying. And I'm not saying that you must run a perfect organization. It's not possible. We are humans, we have our own failings. But when you have failings, when you have shortcomings, you should also be forthcoming to say that, look, I failed you here, and these are the reasons for which I failed you. Because you took this humongous amount and entrusted it to somebody, and you expected results. So if the results are not forthcoming, the right thing to do is to explain yourself, to show some measure of remorse. Look, you gave me this responsibility, I didn't carry it as I ought to. These are the reasons, I'm very sorry, but I will make up to you. And I've said it here before, that in time past, we had challenges in the commission. But what we did was to summon all the stakeholders. And I've always also emphasized that Nigerians are some of the most forgiving and understanding people you can find on this planet Earth. They are also some of the most appreciative. You do little things for them, they appreciate you, they pray for you. They even execute dances for you. So all that we need to do at any point in time is, anytime we make mistakes, we acknowledge that we have erred. And then also, what we do subsequently should show that, yes, we learn lessons from those errors and we are making amends.
That's where I'm headed, because the recommendations we get to see CSO bring out, or other stakeholders, development partners, is that being put to use? Because we can't be repeating the same thing every time of the challenges.
They are. I would say they are, because you can see that even in the Kogi governorship election, some of the alarms were raised by the CSOs. And the commission responded timelessly to those alarms. So I think that the commission has come down its high horse. If it was mounting one before, it has now come down and is listening to other stakeholders. And that is how it should be, because elections are a multi-stakeholder activity. Even though INEC is the driver of elections, it is the one mandated to conduct elections. And the buck stops on INEC's table. But for it to succeed, it must work with other stakeholders. It must work with the security agencies to secure the environment for the conduct of the election, to secure the men and materials. men, I mean both men and male and female, you have to secure the observers that are observing the election, the journalists that are covering the conduct of the elections, the polling agents that are also doing oversight over the conduct of everyone involved, the collation officers, everybody has to be secured by the security agencies. So you need the security agencies. You need to do voter education beyond the pale, and you need sometimes, most of the time, INEC outsources the voter education to civil society organizations. They take our messages and they run with these messages. Sometimes they even present them better than us, because they are very clever and very articulate young people out there. And when I was there, I made friends with many of them, and they did my job for me.
Mr. Dazang, I want to also believe that funding is not a problem, because I know that Nigeria brings out a lot of funds when it comes to, our election. And it's, why we shouldn't be, we shouldn't be on the spotlight for the negative, but for the positive, because a lot of other African countries look up to Nigeria.
Exactly.
There are a lot of lessons they want to pick up in terms of, in terms of our electoral processes. So
yes.
the exercise, we're not saying it should be 100% perfect.
In fact,
it should be seamless.
You see what you have said is what had transpired before the conduct of the 2023 elections. At a point, INEC became a maker for African countries around us, from Cape Verde to Sierra Leone to Liberia to Malawi to Zimbabwe. They come around and they learn from us. Of course, we too go out to other countries, we observe elections, we learn from the conduct of these elections. And by virtue of our population, our being the foremost country in terms of population, I mean, it stands to reason that people should learn from us and not the other way. And I've said this before, and it has become a refrain that even Mandela himself, who is the yardstick of statesmanship, has acknowledged that Africa cannot get it right unless Nigeria gets it right. So for people of such stature to appreciate that Nigeria is a natural leader for the continent, and then instead of us to provide that leadership, we are now the butt of the cruelest jokes. The stories you hear are about snakes swallowing money, running into millions. All sorts of lurid scandals. These are things we should not be advertisements for negative things. I'm not saying that once in a while we cannot come short. Yes, we are human. We are a country populated by human beings. But for God's sake, we are almost 240 million. And by the UN projection, I remember in 2014, Christine Lagarde, when she was the MD of the International Monetary Fund, she delivered a lecture at the prestigious Richard Dimbleby Center on multilateralism. And she projected at that time that by 2050, Nigeria was going to be the third or fourth most populous country in the world, with a projected population of not less than 375 million. And just last year, during the World Population Day on July 11th, the United Nations affirmed and confirmed her projection, which was issued in 2014, which is that by that period, India will overtake China, and then Nigeria will keep the third position in terms of the highest, the most populated country. And as he has said, the projection also shows that unlike China and India at that time and other developed countries, ours will be more of a youthful population than an aging population, which is in population.
Which is an advantage, yes, because you can tap into the human capital development.
They call it demographic dividends. Population experts call it demographic dividends, because it is at that youthful age that you are energetic, that you can be inventive. You are not tied down. You are not having 4 wives and 30 children. You can therefore take risks. You can be adventurous. You get my drift.
Yes.
And if you study those who have invented something, those who have intellectually added some value, look at Chino Achebero, things fall apart at the age of 29. Then Wole Soyinka met his mark, you know, in 1960, the play that was done to mark the independence of Nigeria. He wrote it at the age of 26. Albert Einstein wrote the Annals of Physics at the age of 29. And Albert Einstein also is used as the benchmark for scientific genius. He did it at the age of 29. Mozart became a genius at the age of 4. I can reel on ta like they call one state. And, you know, show you that when you are young, you are energetic, you are productive, you are not encumbered, so you can do many. So, but the thing is that even when you have all these positives, when you have this youthful bulge, they call it youthful bulge, and you don't create the environment for that youthful bulge to express itself, then it will degenerate into something. It's like what we are seeing in Nigeria. People using their genius to do bad things. But if you create a positive environment for these people, they will express themselves in positive ways. They will not be doing Yahoo Yahoo.
Mr. Dazang,
They will not be japaying or whatever. So you need to create that environment for them to stay. And you see, thousands of Nigerians, when they go out, I was reading the story of one young man who found himself in New York, and he became a chess master at the age of less than 20. But he was in Nigeria, nobody knew he even had any talent. But when he went to an environment that was enabling, he expressed himself, and he became celebrated the world over.
Mr. Dazang, I should also commend you and Mr. Okechukwu, because considering your age, you've been here with us since morning. You know, that shows this.
Maybe he is with the silver hair.
You don't want to agree you're old.
No, I'm a young man.
Let's just take the commendation,
yes,
you know, for your energetic spirit, so to say.
That is why we are using this to challenge the youth.
Yeah, and we
that
appreciate.
You can even do more than us.
Okay, so getting to Mr.
We have come a
Okechukwu.
long way with him. He will tell you. We have come a long, more than 40 years. And we have been up and doing, working for this country, challenging ourselves, pushing boundaries, trying to see how we can make things better.
And that has to do with mentorship, which is a very good aspect of humanity. Mr. Okechukwu, if we're taking a lead, you know, from Mr. Dazang, I'm getting information about Yenagoa, but we'll get that clear. Mr. Okechukwu, inclusion, you know, carrying the younger ones along, the youths rather, tapping into that human development of the vibrant youth we have in Nigeria. There's a legacy that should not be taken by the generation coming. The legacy of how the democratic system has been, you know, processed in the country, or, you know, in terms of leadership and all of that. There should be a legacy that should speak right for future generations to come.
I agree with you, but we have a model already. We have the Super Eagles model. Nobody asks which tribe the goalkeeper is coming from, or the strikers. In the Nollywood industry, nobody's asking tribe. Recently, Grammy Award, one of the most renowned awards in the history of the world. They did a classification. Out of the 10, Davido, Burna Boy, Asake. Okay, sorry for the pronunciation. Most of them came in.
You forgot Rema.
Ira, yes. and the rest. So did they do tribe? But when you want to recruit, please, when you want to recruit, forget tribe.
Okay,
forget religion.
Mr. Okechukwu, I know you want to share that important thought with us, but you recall that Yenagoa shared an information that they'll reconvene at 3 o'clock, but this is 4, and we're getting information that they're ready. They have reconvened. Can we see that, please? If Yenagoa is ready.
Yenagoa is that it's a 2-horse race.
Yes.
Bayelsa is a
Yes.
2-horse race.
Okay, Yenagoa is ready, so let's get ambience while we cross over there.
I said my name is Fidelia Omoile, Mrs. the electoral officer for Sagbama local government.
My name is Nasruddin Baba, a professor from the Federal University of Lafayette in Nasarawa State.
Please speak to the mic. Speak to the mic.
Test. There is.
Please tell us the number of RAs that constitute the local government, and then you start the presentation proper. Thank you.
Yeah. Sagbama. Sagbama has 14 registration areas. Let me come again. Sagbama local government area has 14 registration areas. The results for the governorship election held on 11th November 2023 in the 14th local government registration. Okay, the 14 wards are as follows. Number of registered voters 13832. 13832. Number of accredited voters 42879. 42879. Vote received by parties. Party A 5. Party A 5. Party AA 1. Party AA 1. Party ADC 2-4. Party ADC 2-4. Party ADC 2-9. Party ADP 2-9. Party APC 6608. 6608. Party Abga 8. Party Abga 8. Party APM 7. Party APM 7. Party APP 0. Party APP 0. Party BP 0. Party BP 0. Party LP 217. Party LP 217. Party NNPP 2. Party NNPP 2. Party NRM 45. Party NRM 45. Party PDP 35504. 35504. Party PRP 11. Party PRP 11. Party SDP 2. Party SDP 2. Party ZLP 4. Party ZLP 4. Total valid vote 42467. 42467. Rejected vote 393. Rejected vote 393. Total votes cast 42860. 42860. The result is as presented, sir.
To the election officer, were there issues as a result of the election from the government? Was there a place or a polling where there was no election, or the election was held and the results were cancelled, and then you tell us why it happens that way? Thank you.
All right. We have two issues in 2 wards with 1 polling unit each with an issue. Ebedebiri, Ward 05, polling unit 1. There was obstruction of the electoral process. Violence occurs around that particular unit, and the result from that unit is cancelled due to that disruption. The second one is Toru Ebeni, Ward Code 12, that is 12, in polling unit 01. There was a case of overvoting. We compared with the viewers, and it has been established there was a case of overvoting. Council. So the total number of council vote in that 2 units of the 2 different wards stand at 1,412, 1412. The distribution is as follows. In Ebedibiri 05, the total number of PVCs 468 was cancelled, and in Toro Ebeni 001 polling unit 944 PVCs were collected, and because of the overvoting, those results, when you sum them up, it will give you the total number of 1412 votes were cancelled in that local government area. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, observations from the identify yourself and the party you are representing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Dennis Otiotio, and the observation I want to make here is that in some wards of Sabama, Ufuni, and in some parts of Epedebili, the beavers were bypassed. But despite protests by our agents, those results were collated. Some of the electoral materials were hijacked and taken to some VIPs' houses. The report was made yesterday. INEC is aware that some materials were hijacked in Sabama. But I'm surprised that those units were also collated, and they all form part of this result that is being announced here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unfortunate situation.
Thank you very much. I hope you've made your formal complaint, agent. It will be taken officially. Thank you. All right. Any other one? Any other party agent? Please, yes. Yes, please. Tell us your name and the party you are representing. Thank you.
My name is Victor Rene Polifisi. I represent Accord. Before now, I called last night, I called my agent, Inofoni, Ebedebri, Tororua, and those areas, because I heard some reports, and he told me categorically that elections were conducted, everything was peaceful. So I was surprised, because my agent would have given me is there, is now representing me. I am giving me the rightful information on what happened in those areas. So I'm surprised by the APC agent that were on that. So my agent told me categorically that that's what happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other comment, please, so that we can make progress? Please be brief. Once you know the comment you are going to make has been raised by another person, you don't need to repeat it, please, so that we can make progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, I will be very telegraphic. My name is Right Honorable Tafodongono. I represent PDP. Now, it is not enough to make vague and nebulous allegations and observations. Going forward, if we have any issue to raise, let us be specific. If you say so thing happened, name the place and present the facts so that we can react instead of, because if we just do it this way, we're wasting our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is this something new?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Alain Amade. I'm the agent of SDP. Mine is an observation and one question. The cancellation, I want to ask the cancellation that he announced, is it done at the polling units, or where is that cancellation done? Because now that one is the question. Then number two, my observation, because I observed that our agents, they told us that the election was conducted free, there was no issue, no violence, everything like that. But coming here, you will find out that right in your nose, they will take the results down to one canopy there. I want all of us to go there now. You see what they are doing there now. They will bring the result after collecting the thing from the polling units to local governments. They will now come to your office here and begin to remove these places that other parties they are winning. They do not tell us that there is violence there. There was no violence. They are just removing these polling units from there because they know that the other parties got higher votes from there. That is what they are doing. So I want us to go down to the canopy now. You will see what the INEC people they are doing there. Thank you, sir.
Please, what they are doing is highly recognized. It is recognized. They are not doing anything funny. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, what they are simply, please listen. What they are simply doing there is reconciliation of figures. It is reconciliation of figures, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
I think the most important thing is if it's peaceful. He has confirmed that it's peaceful. So can we move forward?
That's it. We're making progress. Thank you very much. Local government coalition officer, bring the result. Make sure it is signed and stamped. Thank you. Yes, is there any local government that is ready? Okay, Nembe local government, please come forward. Where's the EO? Oh, all right. So, please, the EO, tell us your name, and after which you transfer the mic to the LGO coalition officer. Thank you. Please sit down.
My name is Apiambo. Hello. My name is Apiambo Abe, election officer in Nimbe local government area. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Hassan Isiaka Imam, an associate professor from Federal University, Lafia, Nasarawa State, Nigeria. I am the coalition officer for Nembe local government area in the governorship election of 11th November 2023 in Bayelsa State. The result for the Nembe governorship...
Please, the RAs, please. How many of them?
The Nembe local government has 13 RAs and 228 polling units.
Go ahead, thank you.
The result for the governorship election held on 11th November 2023 in Nembe local government area are as follows. Number of registered voters, 9,9,0,3,5. 9,9,0,3,5. Number of accredited voters, 2,7,4,0,5. 4. Score by vote gotten by parties. A, Party A, 0. Party AA, 4. Party ADC, 2-6.
Please, just point of order. Take them twice. Party A, so that you carry everybody along. Sorry.
Party A, 0. Party A, 0. Party AA, 4. Party AA, 4. Party ADC, 2-6. Party ADC, 2-6. Party ADP, 1-8. Party ADP, 1-8. Party APC, 2, 4, 8. Party APC, 2, 4, 8. Party ABGA, 7. Party ABGA, 7. Party APM, 5. Party APM, 5. Party APP, 2. Party APP, 2. Party BP, 4. Party BP, 4. Party LP, Party LP, 1, 3. Party LP, 1, 3. Party NRM, Party NNPP, 1. Party NPP, 1. Party NRM, 1-6. Party NRM, 1-6. PDP, 4, 5, 6. PDP, 5, 4. PDP, sorry. PDP, 4, 5, 6. PRP, 3. PRP, 3. SDP, 29. SDP, 29. ZLP, 4. ZLP, 4. Total valid votes. Total valid vote, 2, 7, 0, 3, 6. Total valid vote, 2, 7, 0, 3, 6. Total number of rejected vote, 2, 6, 4. Total number of rejected votes, 2, 6, 4. Total vote cast, 27300. Total vote cast 27300.
Thank you. Was there any polling unit that there was no election, or elections were held and the results were cancelled?
Yes,
you tell us the reasons for the cancellation. Thank you.
In Okoroma Ward 1, Okroma 1, Ward 9, 3 polling unit election was cancelled. And the reasons is obstruction of the deployment process and bypass of the use of beavers. Then, there are 3 wards that election was cancelled. Mini, Ikesi, and Olua. Okay. Ward 11, Mini, Ward 11, Ikesi, Ward 12, Olua, Siri, Ward 13. Election was cancelled. Reasons: abduction, diversion, and obstruction of development, deployment of personnel and materials along on the route.
What do you understand by diversion? What do you mean by
the RAs were abducted, and the material, the personnel and the material were seized from them. Instead of taking the material to the designated polling units and...
Thank you. Comments, please. Let's make progress. Comments, please. Yes, APC, your name and then the party, even though we are seeing it on your face cap. Please still tell us your name and then the party you represent.
My name is Dr. Dennis Ochiochu. It is unfortunate what is happening here. I was expecting that you would ask me at what stage.
Please, what I want from you, party agents, yes, make your comments straight.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm doing, sir.
Make your case straight away.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Election was conducted. I am a registered voter in polling in 003 of Ward 11. I went to my polling unit and I voted in Agrisaba. Results were collated and announced. Results were taken. The polling units were taken all to the Ward Collation Center, where the Ward Collation officer collated the results. And then when they were taken to the Nimbe local government headquarters for collation, an order came from here, from the REC, that all the materials and the personnel should be taken to Inagua. Last night, and people said, no, this is suspicious. What is happening? They resisted. And this morning, the materials were taken here. At this point here, like I said, the results were collated at the unit level, all the 3 wards, and then uploaded to the IREV. These results were uploaded to the IREV, signed by the presiding officers that were designated for these polling units. And then at the ward level, they were accepted, collated. And then at this point, in this office here, in this very office, the collation of LGA collation officer here used his discretion, I don't know where he got that, to cancel Ward 11, 12, and 13. Now in Ward 11, APC scored 11,039 votes. PDP scored 39. In Ward 12, APC scored 8,925 votes. PDP scored 46.
Thank you.
In Ward 13, let me finish that.
Please.
Let me finish that. In Ward 13, APC scored 7,001. PDP scored 74. The total votes scored by APC in those 2 wards, 3 wards, are 26,965. While PDP scored 159 votes. Now these votes were cancelled. Now, we have come here, we complained, and you said here that at this place, this is LGA collation. Your regulations here are very clear. If you look at Regulation 76, which regulates collation at local government level, there is no room for cancellation of result. If these materials were hijacked, as he claimed, they would have been cancelled at the ward level.
They were not cancelled. Can you make a formal complaint and please make progress, please?
What formal complaint is that? That a local government officer will have, can you cancel, at the state level, can you cancel result here?
Please, can you make a formal complaint?
You cannot cancel result here, and you are saying that the local government collation officer will cancel 26,000 votes.
Very much, please.
This is rigging, outright rigging, broad daylight rigging. Because results, if you check your RF, these results are in the RF.
You've made your case.
Uploaded by the presiding officers appointed by you.
You have
the ward collation officer that were appointed by you collected those results. And this man here, with due respect, a professor, is using, that was why.
You have made your case.
No, I have not finished that.
Please.
Let me finish.
Please.
When he says that they were cancelled because of obstruction of,
what is your case? Can you make your case very simple?
What I am saying,
and what we are saying is that as you are making a case, please make it formal.
What I am saying is that the LGA collation officer, after INEC ordered that all the local government where APC is winning should be taken to the local government headquarters. We are winning in South Region, they say bring it here. We are winning in Brass, they say bring it here. We are winning in Member, they say bring it here. While all the areas where PDP is winning, Sagbama, Ekarama, Kolokoma, they were all connected to the local government headquarters.
You have not presented any case. I have
not presented any case.
Please.
That the local government officer.
Just hold on.
No,
just hold on.
Ask him at what level were these words cancelled.
Please.
Was it... Where is the form EC40G?
Make it formal.
Where is the 40G? EC40G showing that there was no election in those areas.
Please.
Did those people feel any 40G?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
It's unfortunate.
Thank you.
What is happening here is daylight robbery.
Thank you
How
very much.
How can INEC order that 26,000 votes should be cancelled from a party because we are winning that
very much. Thank you. Please.
You did not even ask him, where is the 40G showing that the election were not held in those areas?
Can you hand over the mic to another person?
There is none. Why? Because none exists.
You have made your case.
He used his powers, according to him. Where he got those powers, only God knows. Because
you have made your
Regulation 76 here is very clear. There is no room for a local government collation officer to cancel results.
You have made your case.
I have not. I have not finished. Because when INEC collaborate with political parties to begin to rig election in this place, it is disheartening and it's worrisome for our democracy.
Thank you very much.
Because in the first place, the question, why will INEC order that the local government where APC is winning should be brought to this place to collate, while the places where PDP is winning should be collected at the local government? It's unfortunate.
Please, can you hand over? You've made your case. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
Chairman, you are presiding and you are in charge. I want to first and foremost crave your indulgence to give me opportunity to also present my case.
Please,
yes.
Please, party agents, it's a general statement, please, to all of us. Please, let's be matured about this. I have told you in my opening remark that this is not the room where we will carry out judgment. By law, you are supposed to present your case and it ends there. The commission will take up the case as presented officially and it will be handled appropriately. But please, what we are interested in here is to listen to the figures that are coming in the name of results. Please. So please be brief about it. Thank you very much, sir.
Please permit me to address that last point.
No,
hold on, sir.
It's okay.
Please. Hold on. These are the word results. These are the word results of the 3 words that
Can we be orderly, please? Can we be orderly? Can we be orderly? I have the protection of the returning officer. Now, on that, I want to first make reference to clause 91, regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections. In the course of collation of results, there shall be opportunity for all complaints to be heard, insofar as they are not disruptive. I am not prepared to sacrifice clarity on the altar of speed. I have more grievous complaints than him. And that's why I want to, as clear as possible, but I'm mindful of the time too, clear as possible, present my constraints, my problems, and my challenges, and ask for a resolution. And I will also demonstrate to this forum that as collation officer, you have the power to grant the prayers I want to request for. Now, if you look at, you made the last point that were after the calculations, the figures, and so on. Please, with due respect, that is not the case. If that were the intention of the law, we have here collation support and result verification system. The secretariat is here. They are to help you as the collation officer to do calculations and ensure that there is mathematical accuracy. If that is all the work that we are supposed to do, then an erudite professor like you cannot be appointed to come here as a state collation officer to play this role. So we need to do more than that, and that is what I want to demonstrate, that as a collation officer.
Please get one point clear.
Yes.
We did not say we are just here, but if you have any complaint, make it formal.
Yes.
And not for us to stay here and start dragging on issues that we will not be able to resolve it here.
We will.
I hope you understand.
No, but
present the case and let's make progress. That's what we are simply saying.
Yes, by the time I make it clear, we'll be able to resolve it. Now, I want to draw our attention to the situation so that we have clarity of understanding. That we have groused with the situation in Basambri, Nembe. There are two major components of the Nembe local government area. You have the Ogbolomabri section and the Basambri section. The Basambri, they have they have 4 wards in the mainland, and there are 3 wards in the suburbs. That is the Mini Ikensi and the Oluwasiri. There are 3 wards there. What INEC have done is that in the 3 wards where your own personnel, because if there is anything we need to do, even as people appointed by INEC to come and play this role, we have to protect our personnel. Your personnel were abducted, their personal liberty deprived, materials taken away. So INEC was able to stay alive to its responsibility and decided to cancel those 3 wards. Now for the other 4 wards, because those 3 wards were from the suburbs, so from the local government headquarters, Basambri Island, they were supposed to be taken to the various suburbs outside the highland. But it was not done. Everybody was held hostage. This is not hearsay. You have your internal reports. And INEC is not partial. If INEC said, look, there was abduction of our personnel and materials were not taken to those areas and we have cancelled it, I think that it should have the support of all of us, 1 million people in this society. Then the other area, the other ones, the 4 ones in the highlands. We want to contend here, without fear of contradiction, that there were no elections, so that this body has the right to ask that the beavers be queried. Because, and if I am allowed, I would like to demonstrate that. Because if you look at the provisions of the law,
we don't have the luxury of time.
No, but I am prepared. I want us to have understand.
You see, please, this case is very simple. We have said it. Make a case, and we make progress, please. Even if we stay here until the next morning, this is not a courtroom. I hope you understand that.
It is not a courtroom, and I am experienced enough. I've been Attorney General after 7 years at the bar. This is not a courtroom. I know with the limits. But you are entitled. We must draw your attention to areas. When I talk about how INEC staff were maltreated, is it my personal concern? But I'm a Nigerian, I'm a public servant. And I feel that INEC, innocent INEC staff could be manhandled. So now on the issue of I said that the beavers machine be interrogated with regards to those 4 words, because since there were it is our contention that nothing took place there, and things were just formulated. If you look at section 47, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended. Please, with your kind permission, let me read. To underscore the importance of our directing that
party agent.
Yes.
Party agent.
Yes.
I think I have been humble enough to accept and accommodate some of the excesses here. I have told you time without number, this is not a courtroom.
Of collation, that you have the power to direct that. No, that is what you should do.
No. The complaint has been written and it has been submitted to appropriate quarters. So what do you want us to do?
No,
it will be handled officially.
No, that is. Please, can I make myself clear with the use of language? The point I am making is that this collation is not a robotic setup. That at this stage of the collation, that you have the rights, when you are persuaded by the presentation, that
the documents are there that will study.
No, not the documentation. If we were to rely on documents, then there will be no need even for agents to make comments as envisaged under the regulations. We have the power under the law to make presentations to you. Then it's left for you and your team to consider it and give a reasonable, fair and reasonable decision. That's why I am saying, and my prayer is that the beavers machines, the beavers are so crucial, and that in a situation where we are saying that the beavers were not deployed, there were no elections in an area, 4 words, and I was specific, I was not nebulous, 4 words, that those beavers machines be queried because of the pivotal importance, the importance of the use of beavers, because no election can take place if you don't deploy beavers, because that is what will be used for accreditation.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Please, you take a decision.
Thank you very much, please. Thank you. Next, is there anybody? I think we can make progress, please. Thank you. No, you have made a case.
I'm not. Let's hear him. I remain Victor Wayne Prefisi, the agent at court. Sir, with the records the professor has and the AO shows that my party at court scored 0. It's a very laughable, pitiable, very funny situation. Sir, to the best of your knowledge, my deputy candidate of my party is from Nebe. Even though he cannot win, at least he has to vote for himself. He has a wife. He has a wife that has to vote for him herself. Sir, please, sir, I'm sorry, sir, please.
Thank you very much.
No, sir, please, because I'm going somewhere. In this hall, we are all aware that recent text, they are at gunpoint. I want to believe that, sir, the first primary assignment you have with the security agency is to protect lives and property. But in this hall, to my greatest surprise, we try to sweep those criminal activities under the carpet. Where lives are involved, but they are secure. Sir,
thank you.
These neighbor results have been seriously altered.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And so therefore, it will take its course.
Thank you.
I am not agree.
Welcome to the State Collation Center, which is in Lokoja, the state capital. And as at the time I'm talking to you, by 2 p.m., 18 local government area had the result had been received by the returning officer, and we are waiting just 3 local government areas. And as at this time, the matter was adjourned to 3 p.m. To 4 p.m. But as at the time I'm talking to you, the returning officer had equally adjourned to 7 p.m. for the continuation of the collation of results. But I'm sure that today, before the end of the day, the remaining 3 local government area results of the remaining 3 local governments will be collated, and the returning officer will now do the last lap of the job that is expected of him, which has to do with declaration and return of whosoever might have won the election. That is where we are as at this time in Lokoja, the Kogi state capital. We are expected to, we've adjourned to 7 p.m. and by 7 p.m. all the stakeholders are expected to come back to the State Collation Center for us to continue from there. That's just the situation of things in Lokoja as at the time of this report.
And I voted. I traveled down to Nimbi and I voted. And I have my agents.
Please make it loud.
Okay, I have my agents covering all the units, covering all the wards and the local government headquarters. And the report that was given to me that elections were conducted. So therefore, I want to ask, on what ground are we going to accept, or are we saying that these words that is in debate should be cancelled?
Thank you very much. We have all the records with us. That question cannot be answered here. If you have any protest, please write it officially and let's have it. Thank you. We can make progress. The last man, please. Last man. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chief William Spaka, the agent for National Rescue Movement. Like one of our brothers here said, we all also...
please, let me get something clear. Which party is that?
National Rescue Movement.
So what's the acronym for it?
NRM.
Okay.
Good. It's a very beautiful name because we are to rescue Bayelsa. And we are being robbed. Because even when our agents, coincidentally, in the last election, in the House of Assembly election, we had a candidate that is from this Ward 12. He was there and saw his vote being counted, only for to get here today that vote is cancelled. Like you said, we're also making an official report to that. Because those votes cannot be cancelled. We saw those elections conducted.
Thank you.
We still have our result sheet with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are the last speaker. I won't be any speaker anymore. Thank you very much, please. The LGA coalition officer, please come forward and present your result. Make sure it is stamped and signed. Thank you. Thank you. No, cut them. Just give us this first.
Thank you. Please, my hand. From your face. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have? Yeah. So please, the next local government. Thank you. Where is the next local government?
Ekiremo, local government area. Electoral officer and the officer, please.
Ekiremo. Okay. Ekiremo. Okay, let me go ahead.
Please, let's have one house. The EO, all right, introduce yourself, and then you hand over the mic to the LGA coalition officer for his own introduction, and then subsequent presentation of results. Thank you. Please sit down, please sit down. Can we have one house, please? One house, gentlemen and ladies. We are responsible men and women in this hall. Let's maintain silence, please. It's a serious business. Thank you. Please go ahead.
My name is Wallo Lambert, the electoral officer for Ekiremo local government area.
First, Musa Dalhatu, the local government collection officer for Ekiremo local government.
So please, you can start the presentation of the result, please. And you do that by telling us the number of areas that constitute the local government area. Thank you.
Once, Professor Musa Dalhatu from Federal University of Lafia. I'm appointed the collection officer of Ekiremo local government for gubernatorial election 2023. Ekiremo local government is having 12 electoral wards. At the end of the exercise today, the number of registered voters recorded is 146649. 146649. The number of accredited voters 32066. Accredited voters 32066. The scores by political parties: Party A 00, Party A 00, Party B, Party AA 00, Party AA 00, Party ADC 11, Party ADC 11, Party ADP 15, ADP 15, APC 8445, Party APC 8445, Party APGA 04, APGA 04, Party APM 03, APM 03, Party APP 01, APP 01, Party BP 13, Party BP 13, Party LP 50, LP 50. Party NNPP 02. NNPP 02. Party NRM 18. NRM 18. Party PDP 23172. 23172. Party PRP 06. PRP 06. SDP 00. SDP 00. Party ZLP 01. ZLP 01. Total valid votes 31741. 31741. Rejected votes 279. Rejected votes. Total votes cast 32020. 32020. The result has been signed by 8 of the agents.
Thank you. Was there any polling unit? Who is that? What's the problem?
That the registered voters did not tally.
You are supposed to, in the course of reconciliation, you are supposed to do that. What is the total voters registered there? As recognized by INEC?
The one given by INEC 137,225.
That is the official one. That is what we should use. 13 what?
137,225.
Thank you. All right. Was there any polling unit where election was not held, or the elections were held but cancelled? So please, and then you tell us the reasons. Thank you.
We have about 5 polling units in the LGA that were resolved. Election didn't take place to conclusion. And virtually all of them, the reasons are deliberate attempt not to use VIVAS, bypass of BVAS, right? Bypass of VIVAS. Some of them even snatch the VIVAS and throw into the river. So almost all of them is the same case.
So it's 000
were recorded.
So they were not really cancelled.
No, it wasn't. There was no case of cancellation.
Thank you. Comments, please. Party agents, thank you. I think we can take the results.
The state returning officer is still that party agents are not supposed to be here. So that we can just go and then we can be doing whatever thing that we want to do here.
Please withdraw that statement. That is not correct.
But that's what you said.
I have been making statement that party agents, any observation, please don't say that. The fact that we are accommodating you does not mean that you can just throw words to...
well, it's my right. I'm representing a political party.
That is not correct.
I'm representing a political party.
I think we should be more
responsible. I have the right to be here.
We should be more responsible.
You say you are condoning it. It means that you are saying that the APC is not supposed to be here.
No. The fact that we are here, all of us are here for the same... But we should be responsible.
We are responsible.
You can't just throw words to me like that. I'm a responsible.
But your statement, you made a remark.
I have asked.
Just accept the
I have asked. I said any
I was raising my
observation.
hands.
If I don't say what I have to please speak, I can only one man to talk to everybody. And you're trying to talk all the time. When I kill you, okay, I respected you. And I stand down some peacefully. I can look at all that. It's your call for okay, please. Abba, don't put that at all. I feel perfect to have mercy. Let's go. Please. It's not acceptable. Please.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Dennis Otiotu.
Are you mad? Are you crazy? What is that?
Let's have one house. Please, let's have one house. Let's have one house. Please, pressmen, please. Please, let's be calm. It's okay. Party agents, please calm down. Please, Oga, please calm down, please. It's okay. Mr. Vito is okay. Please. Thank you. Please go ahead and make your comment.
So, Dr. Dennis Otiotu, I represent APC. My comment is this, that the results from Ekeremo, we are aware, which we have also reported, that almost all the polling units, beavers were not used. The beavers was being bypassed. But they insisted on collating the results, despite insistence from our ward collation agents, to the fact that the figure there at the beavers machine and what is on the result does not tally, but they were accepted and presented here. That's what we want to, the point we want to make, that the beavers were not used in Ekeremo local government area. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please, clarification, please. Party agent APC, you've made your formal complaint?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Just to straighten the records, my name is Right Honorable Fodongolo. The presentation by my colleague is not correct. Beavers was used, elections were fairly conducted. Thank you, sir. In Ekeremo local government.
Thank you. Next, the man behind you, please.
Okay. My name is Ambassador Victor Ben, representing the Boot Party. I'm from Ekeremo local government. Voting took place. There was no trouble. Everything went peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other observation from party agents? Yes, please. The last demand there.
Thank you very much, Prof. My concern is over an issue that is becoming worrisome. Within the electoral laws, there is no provision for the bypass of the beavers, but it's fast becoming a trend that people that were trained with taxpayers' money will go to the field and exhibit that level of recklessness. And nothing is being done about them just because they are adult staff. I think it is not correct, and we need to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, I think we can take the results from the local government coalition officer. Thank you.
Congratulations, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other local government that is ready? All right. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have actually finished with the local government that were available here. And so we will keep waiting for the remaining one. I think we have 2 more. We will adjourn and return. No? We will reconvene at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, at this point, we've heard the announcement from Yenagua, Bayelsa State, where the coalition is being adjourned. I think they have 2 more local governments to conclude from that end, and they are reconvening at 3 p.m. While for Kogi State, we're actually expecting a reconvening for coalition at 4 p.m., but they have also adjourned till 7 p.m. But meanwhile, we have here our esteemed guests in the studio. We've been observing the collation. Yes, that of Imo State has been concluded, where the Governor Hope Uzodinma has been announced as the victor of that contest, where he's returned elected, having scored 540,308 votes, followed by the PDP with 71,503 votes. The Labour Party 64,081 votes. My name is Benny Adams. I took over proceedings from Ruth Aguale, who had to take a rest, haven't been here since morning. So together we are going to do it with my guests here, getting you informed about happenings in Bayelsa and Kogi State, where coalition, like I said earlier, will continue by 6 p.m. for Bayelsa, as well as 7 p.m. for Kogi State. Let me reintroduce my guests in the studio, though. I have Osita Okechukwu, Public Relations Consultant. He is a former Director General of the Voice of Nigeria. But before I get to come back to you to get to hear your comments from both coalition centers, from where we left off, talking about Kogi and Bayelsa, I think I'm told a correspondent is on location, Kingsley Almajiri. Kingsley, can you tell us what is happening from that end? Okay, I understand that Kingsley is not ready. Sir, from what you've seen, particularly, let's start from Imo State. Let me get your thoughts about the verdict in Imo State for now.
I talked a lot about Imo when they announced the results. And I said that my worry is that INEC should not leave room for blame games. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. The Nigerian state had invested, and the former president, President Buhari, had done us a good one by getting the technology deepened in our system. Yes, it needs to be further deepened to make it mandatory, but it doesn't need any question that when we invested over 300 billion naira, that the issue of procurement of that technology and the usage should be questioned. And I'm saying, there in Imo, when the opposition parties started asking that the REC should be redeployed, I did not see any hard and fast rule about that. There is nothing sacrosanct. The governor could have still won the election because the PDP mangled his primaries. They left Emeke Hedioha, who abruptly was stopped from completing his session, to contest. I don't know the reason. As usual, the PDP keep on making that mistake. So Hope could have won. Governor Hope could have won because of that misadventure. But coming to the complaint against INEC, it worries me. Look at the complaint in Bayelsa. Look at the complaint in Kogi. Avoidable unforced errors. I'm pleading with INEC and the chairman of INEC. So please, I know nobody can blame him for everything. But the point is that INEC needs to up his ante to avoid Unforced errors. Unforced errors. That is my only candid opinion. I'm not saying that it's not a human process. It is. But in spite of that, a lot is needed to return the trust of Nigerians in the electoral system and to build confidence so that people will stop leaving the country in droves. There's an exodus going on. And the exodus is impacting negatively on our development. How can the best we have in our midst be migrating out of the country and we do not ask ourselves why? And I'm saying nobody is compulsory that he must win the governorship or the councillorship. The best should win. The people should decide. Whichever one makes their preference. We have been there to see how the UK elected Boris Johnson and later said he should go. The Americans elected Trump and later said he's going, he should go. It's about coming back. It's left for the American people to decide. We want Nigeria to come to that step where we do not need to continue to haggle. But the technology has made it a little bit easier for us to have less complaints. That is my argument, Benny.
Okay, thank you. We have also in the studio, well, you've raised some issues there where we've seen the playing out in Imo State, Bayelsa, as well as Kogi, talking about bypass of beavers, talking about diversion of materials, talking about even abduction of not just electoral officers, but people who are expected to carry out some functions to ensure the smooth running of the elections across the 3 states. Before I come to Nick Dazang here to get to give us his own perspective, following being a former director talking about voter education in INEC. You've been into this. INEC has been doing a lot. I think maybe that lot is not enough. We'll get to know where the missing links are. But before then, I have joining us in the studio just now Mr. Kogi of the National Orientation Agency. You're welcome to the studio at this time.
Thank you very much.
And also we have Mr. Arms Free Janaku, project lead countering disinformation in elections at the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD. Good to have you.
Thank you.
You've been here.
Yes.
Okay, the conversation continues. And now to Mr. Nick Dazang, you've had some of those issues, particularly issues of diverting beavers, bypassing beavers in the conduct of this. We understand before now ad hoc staff have been trained and retrained, and they also have supervisors who are INEC staff in those locations to ensure that this technology is being used. It's not just to reinstate confidence, but also to ensure that the conduct is free and fair. Why are we still having this issue? Some of these complaints came on in the general elections in February. We thought from then on we should have a minimal of such complaints, but they seem to be reoccurring. What seems to be the issue? What are the missing links?
I think the issues are very clear. Why is INEC deploying the beavers? The beavers is being deployed to achieve 2 major things. First of all, to authenticate the voter using his fingerprints and facials. In time past, we used the smart card reader, which could not authenticate you using the facials. But this time, the facials was added, as an extra consideration for authentication and verification. That's number one. Number two, the beavers is also used for accreditation of voters.
Sure.
So when you come and you present yourself at the polling unit, you are authenticated, you are verified as the owner of the permanent voter card, and then you are accredited using the beavers before you proceed to vote. So the beavers is additional check and transparency measure to make sure that only those who are accredited or registered to vote at that polling unit are accredited to vote. So if people are bypassing the beavers, then it means Very, very simply that they don't want to do the right thing. It's like you are traveling from here to Kefi or from here to Lokoja, and there is a checking point at Gwagwalada. And then instead of going through the checking point, you now want to avoid the checking point by taking the sight lines or through you
some
want
longer routes.
Another road through the bush. If you have nothing to hide, why are you taking the bush? So the beavers is meant to be an additional transparency measure in addition to confirming and authenticating that you are the owner of the permanent voter card and that you are registered in that polling unit, because before the conduct of any election, the beavers is configured in such a way as to authenticate, verify, and accredit only voters that are registered in that polling unit.
Okay, Mr. Nick, you talked about extra features where if the thumbprint doesn't work, the
Yes.
officials should work,
Yes.
which is to say that process must go through to accommodate these two. And like you rightly pointed out, once this is not done, it means some shady deals on the go. Okay, with that, in terms of the provisions of the Electoral Act,
Yes.
what is the deterrent?
The deterrent in terms of?
In terms of election officials bypassing the beavers, if that is
Well, the thing
if
is,
that is confirmed.
Yes, there are penalties. There are electoral offenses enunciated in the Electoral Act for you to do anything other than abiding by the procedure as articulated in the guidelines and regulations of the Commission, and then the manual of the conduct of the election. And before the conduct of any election, ad hoc staff and permanent staff are put through these manuals. They are reminded, even if you have conducted elections 100 times, you are still reminded about these procedures and guidelines, because for each election, the Commission generates a new set of guidelines to meet with perhaps the alterations visited on the law or other innovations, that are being introduced by the Commission. And they have to be reflected in the manual and the guidelines and regulations for the conduct of that election. And there are penalties that are articulated in the laws to say that if you don't do this, you are culpable, you are liable, and therefore you are likely to be punished for so. Now, it is possible also that people can bypass or avoid the beavers with the collusion of annex staff. They may also not do that without their collusion, because if you decide not to go through the beavers, it means that you cannot vote. But if you insist on voting, in spite of the fact that you have not been accredited, then your vote will be nullified. In fact, the entire votes in that polling unit are imperiled if the voters in that polling unit decide to bypass the beavers. Because don't forget that at the end of the voting, at that polling unit, the votes are sorted out, they are counted, and they are counted based on the performance of each political party or candidate. They are entered into the result sheet, which is Form EC8A, and the Form 60E, which is the postal form, which is pasted in the precinct of the polling unit. Now, before the Form EC8A is snapped using the beavers and transmitted to the annex result election voting portal, there has to be a reconciliation between the figures, the total number of voters in that polling unit, the total number of accredited voters at the level of the ward collation before that EC8A is snapped and sent.
Okay.
So you see, these are all transparency measures, and they are checks, so that even if you bypass this thing, it will reflect, and therefore results from that polling unit cannot be transmitted because you didn't do the right thing. So as punishment, the whole exercise in that polling unit is set aside. Just
like by the same token, if violence takes place in a polling unit, the conduct of that election is set aside. Okay. Also, if there is overvoting in that polling unit, that is, if at the end of the day, the total number of voters in that polling unit exceeds the total number of registered and accredited voters, then it means there was overvoting. So the results there also are cancelled. So these are the conditions, you know. But what I think needs to be done also is to insist that apart from ad hoc staff and annex staff swearing to oaths of neutrality, that where they are culpable, where they come short, or where they are complicit in some of these malfeasances, that also they are punished to the full extent of the law. So
okay, let me hold your thoughts. Let me hold your thoughts there. We'll go over to Mr. Arms-Free Janaku, taking off from what Nick Dezang has just observed, and you've been here, we've monitored the collation from Kogi and now Bayelsa State. We hear of issues of this bypass and diversion of materials. And also, if you look at from the announcement of the results that have been reeled out, you discover that there are centers where, because of some of this malfeasance, where you talk about overvoting, some results were cancelled at some polling units. But at the collation center, you hear complaints from party agents saying these results were cancelled at the ward level, but why are they in the results here? Or why are they being counted? Or why do we have them on the IRF? Are there issues we should be concerned about?
Absolutely. Those are issues that we should definitely be concerned about, especially for those of us who advocate for transparent elections. Elections that are credible, free, and fair, and devoid of any elements of irregularities. So definitely we should be concerned. But from our own point of view at the Center for Democracy and Development, we don't want to lump all of these issues together. We want to look at the data. What is the data telling us, for example? And we've been following the collation, how widespread, you know, have some of these issues been. I've only heard some of these cases of beavers bypass in just maybe one or two instances where people talked about it. It is not like saying that we should not look deeply at what has transpired there and fix the problem.
We should look at the numbers.
Yes, yes. We should let the data drive us. If, for example, in the whole of the 3 states, maybe we're having like maybe 10 cases of this, it then means it is easier to isolate those cases and then address them on the basis of you know, the issues that happen there. Having said that, I think there's another element relating to the beavers, which you have talked about, which is the element of disinformation around the beavers. In the build-up to the elections, we flagged a number of claims pertaining to the beavers, where you know, news was being peddled that, you know, some codes, you know, for the beavers were not being handed over to the supervisors. A lot of narratives around the beavers, which could then shape voters to have this sense of maybe this device is really not going to be legitimate or is not going to enhance, you know, our participation of the process, and the voters could could come to a polling unit and put pressure. Because if a presiding officer at the polling unit is facing like 100 voters all saying they don't want to use the beavers, they're threatening to beat up the, like we have seen in several cases where, you know, the poll officials have been threatened.
Did we see that in this particular conduct of elections, or something that happened during the general election?
Yes, so there were some cases that observers reported of people, poll officials being pressured to, you know, do things, you know, to do things within the process. But in such cases, I mean, the training of the
ad hoc staff
should be able to prepare them for those kinds of situations where they are under pressure from the crowd, where, you know, they are being compelled to do. In fact, there was one case, our observer from Bayelsa reported that The moment they, they made known the results of the polling units, then they were being attacked, and they had to run for their life. In such situations, there has to be that training on security, how to manage situations like that. So the disinformation around the beavers is real. We've had many instances, and we've tried to do lots of explainers to say this is the role of the beavers, and this is why it has to be used in the process. And we would always call for a quick communication around those kinds of issues, by INEC to say, okay, if there's a problem here, this is what we are doing to fix it. And incidentally, in this election, the beavers has worked relatively seamlessly, and where there were issues, there was intervention to fix it. So the question would then be, if the thing is now working, why would anybody want to bypass it? So he has to. I would explain that with the disinformation that has also come around the beavers.
Okay, Mr. Akoji, before the elections, particularly prior to 2023 general elections, talking about the February elections, the NOA, in collaboration with media outfits like the NTA, as well as some other structures, political parties, there's been a lot of enlightenment as to the conduct of elections, what is expected of electorate, what is expected of political parties and all other key players in the whole mix. But if you look at results that have been churned out, if you look at polling units where you have number of registered voters compared to numbers of accredited voters who actually got to vote at the end of the day, you discover some form of apathy. I don't know whether you observed that. If you did observe that, what is the missing link? What should we do going forward? We still have 2 more elections to take place at 2024.
It just goes to show that we're still in a learning curve. Some would say that we're spending too much time in that learning curve. But democracies around the world are evolving. Lessons are being learned even in some of the most advanced democracies. Nigeria is maturing. Yes, this election has thrown up issues that makes us feel somewhat sad, but it's not as bad as it used to be. It shows that we're improving, and this improving is coming along, along scales. So if you compare some of the things that we have seen this time around with some of the things we saw even in 2023 general elections, you will see that there's some marginal level of improvement, especially because of the introduction of some of the technologies that we have been seeing since 2023. The challenge of disinformation is serious. At the National Orientation Agency, we recognize what challenge this can pose, not just in the area of election alone, even in the area of national security, in the area of national cohesion, and local cohesion amongst communities who have divergent political interests and political party alliances. So I'm glad that CDD has been working with National Orientation Agency to tackle the challenge of disinformation. Freeman spoke about disinformation around the beavers. There was also disinformation around the IREV, which INEC came out to quickly tackle, with an explainer and a fact check. That disinformation tended to give the impression that the IREV had been denied the relevant officers on the field who had responsibilities to upload the results. But INEC came out quickly to dispel that. Whoever put out that disinformation was thinking that it's the assistant officer in that category that would be doing the upload, and that was dealt with. At NOA, we know that the task of enlightenment is huge, is humongous.
Okay, Mr. Okechukwu Osita, you've been a media practitioner of repute, former DG, Voice of Nigeria. He talked about disinformation. This we are beginning to see sadly, even in some of the conventional media platforms, but mostly in the social media platforms. And there has been this campaign of fact-checking a lot of this information that we get to see. Prior to announcement of results that we're beginning to get now, there were a lot of results that were posted on social media, some from credible outfits talking about civil society. What does that do to electoral process at this time? And what should we be doing going forward?
Thank you very much. Before you came in, we were trying to analyze why. And we were saying, as Dazan said, I did a pamphlet on where I dubbed the beavers as vote rigging vaccine. Let's take, for instance, that a polling unit had total registered membership of 1,000. In the years of yore, normally those who want to rig an election can register that the 1,000 came. But today, the beavers will help you, first and foremost, to know that 300 came. And within the 300, because of the verification application of your facials, your fingerprints, it might be reduced to 280. The election had been concluded because with the 280, assuming there are 3 front runners, in the case of Kogi, for instance, in the case of Imo, for instance, and 2 front runners in Bayelsa, you are sure that that 280, majority of them will be taken by the 3. And then those who make mistakes of voting for parties that have no candidates, that one will be the fall aside. And we are saying that it has presented us a position where INEC should be held more responsible in making sure that the money we invested will not be in vain. It's just like you have your wife, you trust your wife, suddenly somebody came with a rumor that he saw your wife somewhere with a man. You don't need to ask your wife if you trust her. You just tell the person, please, it's not about my wife. Maybe there's a lady that looks like my wife. I can swear for my wife without asking my wife. That's what I'm driving at. That we don't need to. What we need is to build confidence around the system we have. We mentioned here before you came that India today is the most populous country of the world, about 1.4 billion people. At the end of election in India, it's not about 90 voters, 90 million voters. The voters also run into hundreds of millions. Another few days, India is through with it. Seamless. This is what we should drive to. There's a local balance in our village that said, if you go ahead to bring a firewood infested by ants, there's a tendency that lizards will visit your house neighborhood. So why fed the firewood without dusting up the ants? If you leave the ants, the next thing is that lizards must visit because they live by intuition and their natural instinct that drives them where there are ants. My position is that the Nigerian states had invested a lot to procure this equipment. If there are certain other applications we need to, let's do so. If there are elements of the law, like saying, enhancing the law to say that the beavers is mandatory, we don't need to do manual. Because manual did not pay us. We are not living by history. There used to be a time when there was agitation that in Nitel, at the monopoly of telecommunication was not doing well. And there was then a minister of communication that offhandedly said that the poor doesn't need telephone. But today we're all enjoying it to see by the roadside granola seller with his handphone, the village urchins with the handphone, It might not be as sophisticated as yours, but it's a phone that transmits from point A to point B. So we cannot shy away from technology. There were literatures in the advanced countries of the world then that the blacks, they don't know this, they don't know this. But luckily, our forefathers went to America, went to UK, and they beat in the class some of the best brains they made there. Those literatures were shredded. Nobody talks about it. There is one race that knows more than the other race. Now, it depends on how you enhance yours. So I'm pleading that we can do a lot, that the beavers is a vote-rigging vaccine. And that vaccine should not be corrupted by any reason. Simple. The polling officer was given a lot of powers by the Electoral Act 2022. That he must use these beavers to accredit their voters. And when they finish, you use it, snap, and send to IRF. What are you doing that for? To make sure that even if the marauders invade your polling units, the result is already there. And we are saying it didn't work. It didn't work because of what? Because of what? I know I'm saying that we are now on the right track to make Nigeria great, to help ourselves to attract foreign development. Because nobody develops a country that is not well prepared for development. No matter whatever the efforts of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the only help we can give Bola Ahmed Tinubu is to return confidence in our own system. And the electoral segment is one of the most important. We have elected to go the democratic way because we passed through dictatorship. And the dictatorship did not favor us. Why is our local government crumbling? It's because the governors are refusing democracy to get to that route. So you go to the villages. One day I told my local government chairman, how much actually do you get? He said, okay, don't go that way. I said, don't go that way. Then I have a printout of the allocation to my local government. Can I show them? He said, no. Don't come here and distort the events.
Now, Mr. Okechukwu, you've raised issues as well as made some valid submissions there, which I would like Mr. Akoji to take off from there. You've raised some issues apart from Nigerians, the need for Nigerians to welcome this technology that has been infused into this process for transparency. There is somewhat of the need for value reorientation. You also mentioned, why should governance not go to the grassroots, which should it be? What are those militating factors? What do we need to ensure that all sectors of society gets to function and function effectively? Yes, there is that orientation angle of it, but are we not doing more? Or is there a need for us to do things a bit differently to get the desired results that we need to get? He made instances of India, whose population is almost same with ours, but they are much more. And within a short period of time of 3 days, they conduct elections seamlessly. Yes, there are reforms in that light. Are they enough? Are they not enough?
My brother,
I think that is needed.
Save Kogi depends. The National Orientation Agency is not well funded.
Funding is an issue.
In the last 20 years, they're not well funded. They have offices and officers in all the local government of the country. 774 local councils.
But you also agree with me that money is never enough.
No, Benny, you were not there in the 60s.
I wasn't.
They would drive with a Land Rover. They will announce to us in primary school that they're going to show film on Saturday. You better come to this field. Local council. They will drive with this. They will start showing us film. Depending on what the government perspective the government want the kids to key into. You will just tell your parents. My mother will say, no, you better go and watch play before you go. I said, madam, they're coming. He said, okay, are there the people? I'm also going with you. The place will be filled up by villagers. They will be reorienting the people, kids like this. You start having interest in your own country. What are they doing? But when they make a budget, it was a sister agency of mine. I went to a retreat and I said, sir, question time. Why is it that the information ministry is poorly funded? Mr. President said the vice president should answer. The vice president said no, the minister of national planning should answer. He fell down to the minister of state. He said, you are in category C. You know, we have defense works, like category A.
Health,
this one is
priority.
This one is in B. You are in C. I said, but when you have crisis, you remember the Ministry of Information. Why don't you invest for the ministry to do what is necessary to be done to make it work? So, Akoji, I'm not trying to talk on their behalf.
You've just made a level of case for him, but we also need to hear from him, particularly in these times that we have a technology we can actually leverage on. Some have said before now that it's not just about using a lot of, yes, information, publicity needs a lot of funding, it needs a lot of money to execute effectively. But we have had arguments like, okay, we have technology we can leverage on. We have telecommunications outfits that through their social responsibilities can actually contribute. It's about nation building. This project is Project Nigeria, which hands should be on deck to ensure that we build a better Nigeria. Mr. Akoji, let's hear from you before we get back to Nick to talk about some of this.
I will answer this question from 3 dimensions because there are 3 separate issues that you seem to have raised in the course of asking the question. The first one is about the beavers. What I realize now is that it is not enough to teach voters how the beavers ought to be used and its purpose. That people are voting without going through the beavers at all means that they don't realize that those votes will not count in the long run. That it's a waste of time. If the beavers doesn't capture you and your vote is recorded somewhere, the beavers is bypassed, then you are building a case for litigation, you know, for your opponents, for your political opponents, because eventually these things will be interrogated, you know, and positions will be taken. So I see now that it is important to intensify enlightenment for voters to say that even if somebody induces you or deceives you and you end up bypassing the beavers to cast you, you are just wasting your time because eventually your vote may not count as you are thinking, you know. So that component of our public enlightenment needs to be scaled up, and we will scale that component up. The third aspect is the challenge at the local government level. The challenge at that local government level is public knowledge. It is widespread. Many of our local governments across the country are not functional. They are not adding value to the process of governance. And just as my boss, Mr. Osita, here said, there's a conspiracy of silence that is sustaining that culture of non-functionality of local governments across the country, you know. And it played out in the conversation that he said he had with the chairman of his local government. The application of funds, you know, the value that is derived from funds that are allocated to local governments, all the challenges around all of that disempowers the people in the local communities, you know. It also reduces the capacity of local governments to deliver as they were designed originally in our constitution to be able to deliver in terms of the kind of value that people get from the local government. And no wonder we keep seeing the influx to the cities, you know, and no wonder also we see that when serious security challenges arise at the local government level, the response is usually slow and very dismal. You know, so a lot of the national security challenges we're seeing are festering in and around the local governments because of the collapse of functional governance, you know, at that level. It's not a good thing. In every National Assembly season and sessions, you find that in the course of trying to review the Constitution, attempts are made to grant local governments autonomy. But those attempts are frustrated even at the level of state houses of assembly. So it doesn't gain traction. In the immediate past administration, we all saw what former President Buhari tried to do, to pay directly to local governments as a way of empowering them to begin to do some of the things that they're supposed to do at that level. You saw the frustration that those executive orders suffered, how it was defeated in courts of law and all of that. That's a conversation that we cannot end today. So I just leave it at that. The third component of my answer to the questions you raised is the challenges around National Orientation Agencies sustaining sensitization, public enlightenment, and orientation and reorientation. And Mr. Osita spoke profusely to that. There's always been challenge of funding. We are hoping that it will improve significantly. The signals that we're seeing from appropriate quarters are indicative that this administration at the very top is cognizant of the role that NOA is supposed to play, on a consistent basis in terms of reorienting us on our ethics. Ethics that are ordinarily even contained in our Constitution, 1999 Chapter 2, Section 23, as amended. And it spells all those items out, in that section. We have promised that it will be different this time around, that we will, with the new leadership that we have currently in Mr. Larry Issa Onilu, we are seeing that perhaps things will be different this time around. And his intervention in this program yesterday, he spoke even on this program yesterday from Ilori. He made it very clear that there'll be a review of strategy, in terms of how we go about this, and in terms of his engagement with government at the very top to ensure that we do what we are supposed to do in line with our mandate.
Okay, well, we look forward to improvement in that light. I want to engage Mr. Ajanaku. You work in collaboration with the NOA in particularly when it comes to elections, enlightenment and coverage and all of that. And you've heard some of the challenges that has been raised from Mr. Osita to what Mr. Kogi has just mentioned. And the side, from the end of the civil society, what more should we expect as regards contributions to ensure some of these issues that have been thrown up in these elections, how can we get to tame them going forward?
Yes, so in terms of what more to expect, is to expect a lot more collaboration, a lot more synergy, and NOA has been a very dependable partner of CDD that we've worked with, especially around the issues of countering disinformation, also around the issues of peace journalism, for example, propagating peace, because it's very instructive that he talks about the issue of how security festers at the grassroots level. Having said that, there is another important component of what we are going to see going forward, which is the question of using orientation, using sensitization to also manage our diversity. And we have seen that play out in this election with the question of identity politics, which we have talked about repeatedly. In fact, from 2023 up to now, we encapsulated the factors that would define the elections around the 5 I's, the I's of identity, insecurity, information disorder, inter-party, inter and intra-party squabbles. As some of those things that would, then we also mentioned the institutions, talking about INEC. So what we're going to see going forward, and given the vigor and the new energy that has been brought into a very critical institution like the NOA, is that we're going to see more programs, and then civil society will bring our expertise, would also join resources with what they are doing. Currently, for this election, I have mentioned the work we are doing with civic awareness across the states. We are on radio, 2 radio stations in each of the states, You may think that's small, but we are reaching out to a very vast number of citizens to say, okay, within the context of information around this election, within the context of information disorder, this is how you can identify, the right information. These are the basic fact-checking tools that you can adopt. And then it's not everything you see on social media relating to the election that you should believe. There are ways you can check. How do you check for information bias, for example? How do you check for, whether an information is coming from the right source or not? How do you do a simple reverse image search to, check, an image that is circulating, which you may get hoodwinked to think it's true. So those are the kinds of things that we'll be working alongside the National Orientation Agency on, and also alongside INEC. For example, the very relevant example that he gave about this information on the codes for the beavers, which went really, very viral.
Yeah. For the IREF.
Yes. Immediately we were able to, INEC issued the statement. We also try to see how we can escalate it also at the local level, using our soldiers of mouth to tell people, don't be swayed by such information. It's not credible. We've checked it, and this is what INEC is saying. This also what we have also found. So I think that collaboration is important, because we have to adopt an all of government, all of society approach to this. It's not just a government thing. The rest of society, including civil society, has to play that role of supporting these initiatives to ensure that we achieve the right results.
Okay, great. Mr. Okechukwu, before now, following the results we've seen from Imo State to Bayelsa, the coalition is still ongoing, as well as Kogi State. Some of the results we're beginning to see as regards the top three contenders are beginning to play out already. Is that to say the electoral process is very predictive? Yes, we have, in these three states, we have two sitting governors that were seeking re-election. Then in the other, you have someone who is being supported by a sitting governor. How is that going?
Nobody on earth will dismiss the incumbency factor, especially in a country like ours, where more people are getting poorer by the day, and somebody somewhere, because of his office, receives billions monthly basis. You cannot dismiss that. But as well, we have also seen them lose the elections. That's why I'm talking of strengthening the electoral process. Because if you strengthen that, a David can kill a Goliath. It has happened. I talked about the National Assembly elections last year, where governors lost, about 9 of them. What they took for granted that they would soon be in the Senate, they couldn't get there. That is what we're advocating, that the more we strengthen the process, the electoral process, the more everybody will hack into. Yes, we politicians, we are magicians, we don't obey the rules, but if the rules is strong, we obey the rules, for God's sake. That is what I'm saying. Every other person will have our tendencies to be thieves. Why are we not all thieves? Because we know the punishment of being a thief at your court. So if you strengthen the leverage, I talked earlier before you came, that the Chinese, in their own wisdom, they said if you are found to be corrupt, you are going to be executed. And they discharge such execution in 1 or 2 places. To a greater extent, they have minimized the corruption level in China. There's nothing wrong in trying to implement the laws. And I'm saying that I'm begging the civil society organization and some of us who will join hands to plead with Ashwaju, Mr. President, that we need to strengthen the electoral process. We need to look back into the Ways recommendation. Because the Ways recommendation have become a kind of a compass a talked of Electoral Offences Commission so that we'll help INEC to unbundle INEC from that assignment. So that the commission, no matter how tiny, I don't advocate a big government. A big government is not the best when we have decided in our own intuition from 1986 to date, we're increasing it by the day that the government had no business in business, which is, to me, anti-people, making the people poorer. But at the same time, you need a small, concise group. It might be a few judges that their basic business should be to punish those who contribute to electoral malfeasance.
Yes, because there has been advocacy for special courts to try.
No, the Ways panel.
The Ways panel makes some
what makes the Ways panel a very model is because President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, of blessed memory, in his own wisdom and candor, had the humility to accept that the 2007 presidential election that brought him to power was highly flawed. You can imagine the first time in the annals of our judiciary where 7 judges of the honorable judges of the Supreme Court were split into 4-3. A narrow judgment. He said, what do I do? If God had allowed him to last longer than he did, probably he could have implemented some of these mechanisms. But let's not lament on that. God knows why he didn't keep him long. But the point is that he had given us a compass, a roadmap. What is wrong? In getting two items, within his model. One, an Electoral Offences Commission. Secondly, nothing wrong for us to vote for who becomes chairman of INEC, who becomes a national electoral commissioner.
It should be independent.
Who becomes a resident electoral commission. We know the good people among us. We vote for them, and we have the powers as well to vote them out. Because the tendency is that if Osito Okechukwu as a president, as a governor appoints you, if your wife will be telling you in hushed tones, did you ask Mr. President what he wants you to do? Or did you ask the governor?
I can see Mr. Nick Dazang is itching to respond to that. Yes, you've made submissions.
You know they are very powerful.
Yes, they are.
He said, look, this comfort zone God brought us to, I don't want to lose it. He will call the children and say, your father wants us to lose this.
So the family is brought into play. Mr. Nick Dazang, Okechukwu Osita here has made some recommendations as well as suggestions to the possibility of a David killing a Goliath. You understand that expression very well. So looking forward, you've seen elections. Recommendations have come. And they are still coming. I believe even after this cycle, we're going to get much more recommendations. But from the issues he has raised, what do you think INEC should be going? And not just the INEC, it's something that should be taken to the parliament to ensure that these reforms are ongoing. Well, as well as implementation.
Yeah, let me say first of all that just like our democracy, the electoral process is work in progress. And the need for reforms, in fact, the quest for reform was triggered by INEC itself. Even before the inauguration of the West Committee, I was privileged to join the delegation that went to the National Assembly to request the then National Assembly. At that time, David Mark was the Senate President. In the aftermath of the conduct of the 2007 elections, even before the Ways Committee was inaugurated, that we needed an Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal because of the kind of impunity that we were seeing around the conduct of elections. That was the time when ballot snatching was at its apogee, at its height. And the security agencies then were not comporting themselves professionally. When the ballot snatchers came, they would look the other way. Sometimes they would even hate them. There was one popular picture in which a contestant carried, I think it was in Kogi, he carried the ballot box and was running with it. And the picture went viral. And I recall one rhetorical question posed by a former commissioner in charge of voter education and publicity, Barrister Philip Umadi Jr. He asked a question. He said, when they come with the AK-47 and they attack you at the polling unit, what do you do?
It's life first.
What do you do? And he was asking the then IGP. The rhetorical question was directed at the police. And I don't want to discuss what happened after, because he was sanctioned for even raising that issue, even though it was the gospel truth. We were not getting the kind of robust support that we are getting now at the polling units at that time. So politicians had a field day attacking ANEC staff, killing them, and so on. So the commission felt that the only way to stop that kind of brigandage and mayhem was to canvass by itself for the inauguration or the establishment of these two bodies. Incidentally, up to now, as we speak, they have not been established.
And in your view, it is the way to go to curb a lot of these issues.
All this impunity that we are seeing around the electoral process, if there are sanctions being visited to the perpetrators, and if particularly the high-profile instigators of these attacks are apprehended and dealt with, it will come to an end. That's number one. Number two, it has been very clear to us, even before the inauguration of the US committee, that for the commission to be independent, you needed the leadership of the commission not to be appointed by a politician.
I have to leave now. Okay, I have to leave.
Because he who pays the piper dictates the tune. Once somebody appoints you, he expects you to be at his beck and call. Even without his saying so, even without his prompting. And there are some people even around you that will say, you are not being grateful. After all, this man called you and gave you this job. So you will be strictured. Even if you felt that the mandate of the commission demanded that you should be independent, there are those who will go behind you and tell the authorities that this man is overdoing things, he's overreaching himself. We have seen it. Now, I also want to appreciate the fact that there are also instances where individuals were appointed by politicians and they were given the latitude to do their work and to execute the mandate of the commission in a free and transparent manner. It has also happened. So there are two things. Yes, you can appoint somebody and expect that he should kowtow to you. He should grovel, he should fawn at whatever you say. And then there are people you also appoint, they will not grovel. I know of a former INEC chairman who told off a former head of state who wanted him to do something, and he said he will not do it.
Okay, Mr. Nick, I understand, Mr. Amsfree. Let me hold your thoughts there. Okay. We'll continue. I understand Mr. Amsfree has to attend to something at this moment. Mr. Amsfree, would have loved to have you here to respond more on some of these issues raised, particularly as it pertains to the civil society and the need for an outcry for government or stakeholders to get to hear, or those people who are supposed to implement some of these things. But we'll get to talk about this. Is a conversation that is continuous. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us at this particular point in time and being with us from morning to this time.
Thank you. Actually, from afternoon.
Okay, yes. Great. Okay, Mr. Nick, sorry to cut you on that. So what do you suggest should happen going forward?
Yes, to give the commission untrammeled, unfettered freedom to execute its mandate. The best way to go is what he has suggested, and which also the Justice Ways Committee recommended, which is that the appointment of national and resident electoral commissioners should not be under the purview of the president, so that we avoid a situation in which he expects loyalty or fealty to him. And those who are appointed are not under any obligation to pay fealty and loyalty to him. I had given before now the example of one of the chairpersons of the Ghana Commission, Afari Jan, who told of a president who came to his office without an appointment. And he told him, I don't have an appointment with you. Can you bus off? Can you bus off?
Wow.
Now, I'm not saying that we should do that to our presidents, but what we are saying is that we need that latitude. We need, if the positions are even advertised and people apply, and Nigerians also are given the opportunity to say, this man, we cannot vouch for his character. He has done this before. He stole money before. So if you put him in that position, he's not likely to do the job. And we have had instances in INEC where people who were alleged to have stolen money were given appointments as resident electoral commissioners. And of course, that tendency to misbehave reflected, it manifested itself. So I think there is value. There is value at a time that we are calling for integrity, for transparency, for, in fact, a former chairman of the commission who himself was a member of the Justice Ways Committee had also recently recommended or had also reinforced the argument that these positions should not be appointed by the president. And this is out of experience. Experience from what has happened before and what is happening now. A situation where a resident electoral commissioner is appointed because of his proximity, because of his propinquity, because of his relationship with some people in power, and he goes to the hotel at the peak of an election, he locks himself inside the hotel and abandons the job for which he was appointed. We have seen that. So, but if somebody who has character, who has integrity, who is responsible, and who is given that kind of assignment that demands for man hours, for sacrifices, you don't need to prompt him. And he will not carry himself with any sense of entitlement. Because I know the president, or I know his wife, or we come from the same village. Okay. So there is value for me from what I have seen at the commission, the little I have seen at the commission. And I was privileged to sit at the front row of some of the things that transpired, I saw. And it is very clear that with the benefit of what some of us saw, that there is value in that recommendation by Justice Ways, that, Justice Ways Committee, that people who are to run that office should be insulated, should be protected from politics. And you need people who are not, to quote one former chairman of ANEC, errand boys. You don't need errand boys. You need people who also have some self-respect, a sense of the dignity of that office. And they are eager to respect and execute the dignity of that office. It's very, very imperative. So there are qualities. And like he said, Nigerians know people who have these qualities. When Professor Jega was recommended to serve as ANEC chairman, he didn't recommend himself. A number of people recommended him. In fact, there was this group in NIPS who did their own independent research, syndicate group in NIPS. They did
one of those study groups.
Yes, they did their research on INEC, and it was they recommended. So there was a convergence.
No wonder there was a point severally the then President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan has come out to say he never knew Jega from anywhere.
There was a convergence of views or suggestions by interest groups that if we needed somebody to do this job, this man had what it took to do it. So like he was saying, Nigerians know what is good, and they can also recommend what is good. They know what is bad, and they can shy away from it. So to me, I think there is value in it. If that can be done, it will help the commission, it will help the staff, because if you have...
And the entirety of Nigeria.
Yes, it will help all stakeholders. If you have a leadership that has integrity, that has character, it can demand integrity and character from the followers, knowing that the leader is also showing integrity. But if you don't have integrity, people will just, well, okay, let's do it as part of our obligation to our country. But more value is added if you have people of integrity leading a place. If somebody, I worked in an organization where the editor-in-chief at that time and the MD of my company was always the first person to report at work. And he was the last person to close at work.
So you can't afford to come to work.
So you cannot, nobody needs to tell you that you need to come early. Because already the MD will come to work before you. And he will close hours after you. So he puts in more hours. And he has the technical ability in that job. He knows the job even better than you. So by force of personal,
like what
personal
Nigerians
example,
say, talk and do.
Yes, he's walking his talk. So we need that kind of, if we have that kind of leadership, it will send a signal.
Okay, thank you very much there, Nig Dazang. Mr. Okechukwu Osita, for us to begin to draw quick wins from these suggestions. Yes, it's not enough, though we know the power of the media, but it's not enough to talk at such a fora. Where do you suggest we take some of these cries, some of these recommendations to for the stakeholders, for the people involved to begin to effect some of these changes? I'm saying this because in these last elections too, we saw on social media and some testament from Nigerians where they're talking about Nigerians disguising as police officers with AK-47, pretending to be superintending over election process. We've seen people caught with money intended to induce voters. Some also caught with arms. Should that be a recurring decimal?
Thank you very much. The good luck we have is that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, have been in the trenches. Far back, he was hot by being in opposition by the then PDP government when His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo was president. So it was not in 2013 that President Tinubu started having the idea of a merger. I recall one meeting in 2004 where all of us, both Chief Olufala, Wadanas, Alhaji Barabe Musa, Buhari and others, were converged at Agora Hotel here in Abuja. And we did a trek from Agora Hotel to Wuse Market. What were we talking about? We were talking about free and fair election. So I think that the President Tinubu will listen. That is the hope we have. And I've talked to some of my friends who are in the National Assembly. I said the earlier you will bring the bill, a slight amendment of the 2022 Electoral Act to properly make beavers mandatory. Then talk of the Electoral Commission. If it's only that too, plus the Electoral Commission for offenders, 3 items, we'll move along that line. Because I'm one of those who know fully well that democracy is not a revolution, that the most gains made in liberal democracy throughout history have been incremental. But we have a president, it's not a question of converting a new Democrat, it's converting a progressive who knows that we can win an election free and fair. The only thing you might expect is that the winning might be slim. You do not need to have a 75% differential for you to have democratic election. You can win with 5% majority votes and spread. You don't need to have a jumbo victory. So I think President Tinubu would be handy, because I've talked to some of his close aides, and they are prepared that they don't have anything to lose if we continue to improve on our electoral system. I think it will have a good hand. On the issue of vote buying, I don't pay attention to vote buying. Why do I not pay attention to vote buying?
I was almost asking why, because it's an issue.
In 2012, for instance, the chairman of NDLE, General Buba Marwa, was running for governorship. We all went in our own camp. The former governor of Kaduna State, all of us who went. In the area we were given, we saw people sharing money. Then he was contesting against Nyako, the incumbent governor. And there were troops. So the soldiers came and said, what do we do? I said, you people should go around and arrest those you could arrest. But please help me to do one thing. They said, what is that? I said the system we operate is secret ballot system. That the cubicle, the voting cubicle is very close to where the crowd are. Let's run around the polling units, as many as we could cover, and tell the electoral officers that we should shift the cubicle. What was the payoff? The payoff was that we could see people collecting from two candidates, collecting money on both sides. But they were sure that the secrecy of the polling cubicle guarantees them that nobody will see where they voted. Because if you are transparent in managing the electoral process, the money voted for the cubicle is not for fun. Is for the fact that it is not a question of standing in line. That the secrecy was meant to guard the voter to vote wherever he wants. If it's distanced enough and well positioned, and the cover is well done, there's nobody who will know where he voted. And those who buy votes, the day they know that the electoral system has been packaged in such a manner that the voting cubicle is secret enough, that the man they gave money or the lady they gave money, they might not know where he or she voted. There will be a retrace of steps. That's human nature. But if you leave the cubicle very close to the crowd, it's very easy for somebody to vote and show where he voted. I've seen it happen, and we try to minimize it. That was why after that election, the candidate that won, in spite of the fact that it was rigged, was not Nyako. He was an ACN, the defunct ACN candidate. I've forgotten his name. Everybody knew he won, because we were able to use the troops on hand to push the voting cubicle far away from the crowd, so that it becomes real secret voting. The voting is not an open voting, for God's sake. Those who call it secret voting are not jokers. It has an intendment. But if you want to corrupt that same system of secret voting, you can do so at will. As he said, we talked about Mpo, impunity, because Mpo was originally an Igbo word. The English language as a living language adopted it and they call it impunity. The same onomatopoeia.
Is that factual?
No. Go through this. You find the lexicon of the English language. Just like they borrowed from some Latin words, some French words, German words. And they also borrowed from the Igbo language, and one of them is Mpo.
Okay, very soon. Thank you, Mr. Okichukwu Osita. We are very soon. We're going to go back to the Coalition Center, where Bayelsa promised to resume by 6. But before they get to resume by 6 and Kogi by 7, I have an information. Here I think you should go through. Looking at the 3 local governments that were collated shortly before we resume discussion in the studio. If you look at the information we have here from Sagbama local government, you have registered voters at 138 42,832, but accredited voters, which is those who turned up for the election and actually voted, 42,878. Mr. Akoji, I want you to respond to that. That margin, what happened? You have registered voters in a particular local government. So talking about Sagbama local government, I don't know whether it is on the hinterland, whether it is on top of the waters. I know Bayelsa has got up to 6 local governments that are really on top of the water. What possibly will be the issues? Is it about voter apathy? A lot of people, particularly the citizens, will say, okay, politicians get to promise this and that, we're going to do this for you during campaigns. Then when they get to office, they don't get to fulfill such promises. Then people will have to go 4 years before another election cycle. But when it is time for them to go and make that mark, to make that desired change, I don't know what are the possible issues that get to keep them at home, not to go out. Yes, some have said issues of violence, some have said the confidence in the process is being eroded. I don't know what are the issues and what should we be doing going forward.
Looking at this figure, taking Sagbama local government as a case study, you are very correct when you say much of Bayelsa is on the water. 42,878 out of 138,832 registered voters is indicative of a turnout of less than 40%.
Yes.
And that is really sad. It means that somehow, and for some reasons, the public enlightenment on the need for people to come out and exercise their franchise is really not catching on around these areas as one would have expected. I think one of the factors we saw yesterday is that people were finding it difficult to get boats to transit to some of these places. And we saw a lot of complaints in that direction, even on television yesterday. People were complaining that boats had been chartered, that they have the money to pay 10,000 naira, 7,000 naira, but there are no boats to convey them, to the places where they needed to go to, where they were registered in order to exercise their franchise. That throws up some issues that I think stakeholders should look at, especially the political parties themselves, who have a stake in the outcome of these elections. They should make provisions, especially in the face of the fact that a lot of the people we saw complaining yesterday said they had their money to pay, but the boats simply weren't there, to convey them to places where they ought to go to exercise this franchise of theirs. So this turnout, which we see reflecting here, is not indicative of the work that stakeholders did to sensitize the electorate before this election. Because I know that National Orientation Agency, for instance, did intense work over a period of 4 months, creating awareness towards this governorship election. Even as recent as yesterday, our director, NOA director in Bayelsa State, Mrs. Madwe Mezia, was still on television urging people to come out, to exercise their franchise. And she went to some radio houses also, So that's why I say the turnout as indicative in what we're seeing in Sagbama is not reflective of the work that was done to create awareness. But because of the riverine nature of that place, transportation was was a big challenge yesterday, and we saw evidence of that. So this probably is one of the factors that has led to this kind of outcome that we're seeing.
Okay, Mr. Okechukwu, you've not just been around the media space, but also around the political space. And like we heard from Mr. Kogi, it is a whole stakeholder responsibility, talking about the political parties. We know what INEC is doing. Possibly it might not just be enough. The NOA have said from their own end. Where's the place of the political party in all of this? not just before elections, during elections, what should happen in between, aside fulfilling some of the promises being made? Do politicians still have contact with these people for them to understand the essence of governance and for them to actively participate in the entire process from beginning to its end?
No, the truth of the matter is that Freedom House, a think tank group based in the US, they did a profile of voter turnout all over the world. And they found out that it is low all over the world.
Okay.
And they are doing one now. That one, we might have the result before the end of the year, where they were seeing whether there's a recession of democracy. Just like Dazang said, that some people have called this region the cool belt. Yes, when the people are seeing democracy as not giving them what was promised, for God's sake, a lot of people are not political, they are well political animals, but the degree of intensity differs from individuals to individuals. So some people expected democracy to provide more than what is being provided across the globe. So for that, it is not peculiar to the country. But the same Freedom House, one of their top brain, Professor Williams, he wrote that, why are you concerned about the number when election had been slated for 11/11 for Kogi, Bayelsa? So if his tender comes out, and is fairly done, the rest will have a good representation by the good governance of the governor produced. If all of us, don't forget that Hitler was elected.
So it boils down to good governance.
Good governance.
Great.
Because good governance is a very contagious. It breeds more support, more participation, more involvement. But if you tell the Nigerian people, for instance, that yes, I'm going to withdraw the subsidy on petroleum because it consumes you, especially you, the poor, was suffering about 400 billion monthly in the subsidy, and you remove the subsidy. The natural expectation of the people will be expecting that there should be something that comes in from the savings done. If by May next year, the Nigerian people looks backwards, they will start asking my great party and Mr. President, where's the money saved?
Sure.
That's human thought. So what we should be doing, that's why it pains me that these governors are emperors. They are not looking at the people. I grew up in Nigeria when on Saturdays they will be whipping us to sweep our compound that the sanitary inspector is coming. Your own private household. For you to keep it tidy. That the inspector is coming, and we'll ask mommy, what is all these inspectors saying? What's his business about that? They said, no. Please don't say that. Go. Go put water here, put this one, cover the water pot. There's no borehole there.
Those earthen pots.
Yes.
That gave you the chilly water.
What are you talking about? Then you start getting energized that there's a sanitation man who is coming. In the rural road tracks, there are people who stand there to maintain those roads. We didn't see them. You didn't tell us where the money that was being used by the British to do all these things, where the money had gone. So you want to sustain the confidence of the people. You want to get them involved. There's no magic wand except transparency. I've told people, I said, if you want to do a small survey, why, if you're in public office, you should not steal. Go and do a box of 10 most prominent families in your village. If you are over 40, which means you can remember something that happened 20 years ago. Do a box of 5 prominent families in your village 20 years ago. You are 40 years. and 5 most prominent people today. Try to draw in those who are prominent today to those families who were prominent 20 years ago. You will discover that most of you might not get 3 into those families. Which shows nature is not about how much you stole. Oh, because Dangote is a billionaire, that his children will be billionaires. How?
Let's talk about the social contract, Mr. Dazan. We have a lot of suggestions have come regarding the need to make public office much more unattractive, that it should be about service. If you have something to offer, you come up and your people will determine, like you have said earlier on, Nigerians know who can do this, who has capacity for this, who has capacity for that, who can do this at a particular point in time and at some other time. How can we get to this point where governance is made unattractive, that we don't get to have this do or die politics that we're witnessing today, vis-a-vis after campaigns, the need for politicians to fulfill some of these promises?
Yes, thank you very much. There's something known as self-enlightened interest.
Okay.
There is also something known as delayed gratification. Delayed gratification is that you make sacrifices today in order to benefit from that sacrifice tomorrow. And most people who have succeeded in life have succeeded because they delayed immediate gratification until such a later time when they now benefited from its dividends. Now, the challenge our political class has is that it does not even know its own self-enlightening interest. What I'm trying to say is that it does not understand or appreciate that for democracy to be sustained, you must also deliver good governance to the people that vote for you. If they had averted themselves to that, if they had appreciated that, then some of the excesses we are seeing will not take place. For example, the purchase of SUVs in recent times by members of the National Assembly is coming at a time of massive penury in Nigeria. And we have a local motor company that manufactures SUVs. Those SUVs may not be at par with the ones that they imported. But you would have, first of all, if you bought the local ones, they will be cheaper. They will create more jobs for Nigerians. And then you would have empathized with Nigerians that, okay, at a time that they are suffering, you are also making sacrifices. Some of them said that they were going for these foreign SUVs because they were more rugged and because our roads are bad. I was thinking that if you are now using a vehicle that is not rugged, that is the more reason why it should remind you of the need to have that road constructed.
Fix it.
Or to push you to bear pressure on whoever is supposed to fix that road, to fix it. Let me give you an example. Liai Koka was appointed as a CFO of one of the major motor companies in the United States at a time when the motor companies were doing badly in Detroit. You know what he did? The first thing he did was to say, okay, he will earn half his salary. The salary that the board of directors had appointed for him, he said, as by way of sacrifice, he will earn half of that amount. And that prompted the workers also to make similar sacrifices.
To allow for cutting wages.
Good. So assuming he didn't make that sacrifice, he didn't delay that gratification, that company would have collapsed. Jobs would have been lost. The American economy would have been affected. There was a point in time in which there was a saying, a mantra in the United States, that what was good for General Motors was good for America. Because the motor industry, the automotive industry, was one of the money spinners for the American economy. Just like the oil sector now is the
prospering for Nigeria, for our
yes.
country, Nigeria.
So what is good for the oil sector is good for Nigeria. There are so many things that may be happening that are wrong in the oil sector, but you overlook them because that's the cash cow. So we have not seen the political class in Nigeria sit down to reflect and say, okay, Nigerians are hurting. They are in penury. They are facing challenges. Let us make sacrifices to show that we stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Somebody who has an interest, self-enlightened interest in perpetuating himself in that office will sacrifice. And then based on that sacrifice, even if others don't sacrifice, they will feel gratified that he empathized with them. He sympathized with them. He put himself in their shoes. Now these are things that Nigerian politicians have failed to do. It's not just the legislative branch. Even the executive branch is guilty of the same offense of profligacy at a time of penury. When your people are hungry, then you are now, you become a glutton. You are now eating 5-6 times a day, when others have not eaten.
I find it difficult to even eat a meal.
So okay. that is, I'm using that analogy to show you how out of sync the political class is with the followers. And then, of course, I have said here that the returns on investment of all enterprises in Nigeria, the highest is in politics. That's why you see somebody.
That's the attraction.
That's the attraction. You see somebody who barely won. I know of somebody in the southeast who won the position of House of Representatives. He had no money to pay for his ticket to Abuja.
His air ticket?
Yes, he couldn't. It was his constituents, that some of his friends, that gathered money and bought ticket for him. But as soon as he landed here, he distanced him. He never knew them again. And I was in Sokoto. Somebody told me a worse story than that one, I can assure you, of someone who went to them begging from one household to the other that he had suffered with them. He has seen their suffering. If they would just allow him to represent them, in fact, he will bring milk and honey. They will be drinking, all sorts of promises, an Eldorado for them. And the influencers and stakeholders said, let's give this boy an opportunity. And as soon as he won the election, they never saw him again.
He never cared whether he would still go back to them at the end of some 4 years to actually seek their support.
I went for an election
afterwards.
in Sokoto. I was a presiding officer and a collation officer in a particular ward in Sokoto. It was then some polling units agents were telling me the story. After we had conducted the election, they were now regaling me with tales of war being perpetrated to ordinary folks by politicians who are supposed to represent them. And so it cuts across. It's not peculiar to a particular part of the country. The one I was told in Sokoto, like I said, is even worse than the one of the southeast. That one, they merely bought him ticket. But as soon as he got his complement of SUV cars, he jumped on, the white man would say he jumped off on a gravy train.
Or some would say after pushing the car, when it started, he left the rest of the passengers behind.
Yes.
And the driver went off. Okay, Mr. Okechukwu, a quick one. Earlier on, Mr. Kogi mentioned when we were looking at the election, talking about registered voters and those that voted in Sagbama local government in Bayelsa, talking about the evidence of voter apathy. And he likened some of the challenges to not just insecurity, which we have witnessed in some other climes, but also talking about logistics, getting to places. And now, before now, there has been suggestions as part of ongoing reforms in the electoral process to introduce electronic voting. Is that a dream or something that will possibly become a reality anytime soon?
There's nothing wrong about that. I told you the story of when a minister of communication said that the poor
don't need telephone.
Great. and today, the telephone is as uncountable in many homes. Some people have 2, some have 3. And so, to try to, in any way, my father has a story for us. He was a bicycle repairer in the coal industry in the suburb of Enugu called Ungo in the 50s. So he said one of the coal miners had a young cousin that comes on holidays. He was there in 1952, 53, 54. Each time the young man comes, he billed my father when the uncle goes to the coal mine. And in 1958, and my father became so friendly with him that he used to ask the uncle, hope he's coming next year. They were others, but he was very proficient. My father did not know that he was studying mechanical engineering. He was in technical college. So come 1958, he got a scholarship to study mechanical engineering at Imperial College in London. And he told my father that he's going to overseas in October. My father said, what's going on? He said he got a scholarship. That this the paper from Imperial College in England. And my father was so enthused. So when he was to exit, my father did a package for him, more than what he used to do for him. And the young man was very happy. He told my father, said, look, you for about 20 years serving the coal industry, bicycle of the coal miners. Can I advise you? My father said, yes, please. What's the advice? He told my father that you're one of the best in this vicinity. Why don't you hop into Enugu to learn how to repair cars? My father was very furious. Very furious. He nearly collected the money back from the young man. He didn't tell us this story until early 70s. Bicycle had disappeared and vehicle was everywhere. So he now called us. He said, look, advance with technology. That in that 1958, there were not up to 10 cars in the whole eastern region. But in that coal industry, there were over 4,000 bicycles.
That was where the market is for him.
That was where the market, and he had surplus to, in fact, he could not meet up with all. So he was trying to imagine how will he leave this lucrative business to study how to repair cars. That is not in the place. But it didn't take up to 2 decades. The bicycle disappeared and the cars multiplied. And my father said, wow, can you imagine that? And unluckily, the coal industry collapsed as well. And my father was returned to the village. My father said, don't joke with the technology. That whenever it comes, if you have anywhere it can be utilized, please tell them to utilize it. Even if you make mistake with it, continue with the mistake. You get perfection. In the 60s, when we were growing up, the Japanese cars are called cheap, just like Gazan said. It was imitation vehicles.
Yes.
You can't compare it to Morris that comes from England or Opel.
Yes.
No. But today, Toyota is now #1.
Hope we are not advertising some car brands here.
We are not doing adverts.
Yeah,
you
sure.
talked about electronic voting.
Yeah, sure.
And I said, let nobody say we are not mature to use it. We can. I visited almost all parts of the country. There's nowhere where cell phone is not used.
Yes.
And if cell phone is used in that place, it means electronic device
Voting can take place.
It can take place there. And guess what? There are all these other devices that have been upgraded in such a manner that it's not only the optics they use, some use satellites. Otherwise, why should Motorola succeed in connecting the whole America and the whole Europe?
And even the Turaya technology.
No matter the weather,
satellite
or
technology.
or the climate.
Yeah.
So let nobody tell us that we are not mature to use that. But I'm saying, even if we don't go there, let us perfect the beavers that have become vote rigging vaccine. If you
like that
perfect it, if a governor knows he's going to lose the election, the tendency will be for him to do more to please the people. The loyalty will go to the people, not to godfathers. Why should a governor save money to pay INEC officials? Service this one, service that one. If you know there's no need for you to do so, then if it is borehole that is required in the village, you take it there. If it is a culvert that might be very cheap, is allowed to. Most of the rural roads, you cannot drive by because there are no culverts. So, but immediately, the people are aware that even us in the parties, part of why we are doing impunity in our internal democracy is because we are not afraid. If you are afraid that you lose the election, you must, within your party, nominate the best candidate, depending on your assessment. But when you know you can manipulate the election, why won't you bring... Look at even judges in Nigeria, they are doing so today. They want to nominate a judge of a high court. They will go and bring the daughter or the son of a justice of the Court of Appeal or justice of the Supreme Court. Where will we go from there?
Is that what is happening now?
Look at the posting of DIGs and AIGs. They were posted to their region. Does it make sense?
Possibly there are people who are on ground who should
They don't need to. The rules are the same. DIG Sani could have gone to the southeast. DIG Frank Mba could have gone to the north central or which other place. The National Electoral Commission, my sister Mary Abamuche, she doesn't need to go that way. She should go central.
Well, for security reasons, it's possible the police architecture knows the reasons why they decided to go.
The same thing they are preaching today, that federal government colleges are now becoming local colleges. It's meant to be a unity college. But now people, the federal government college in Enugu and people. The Sokoto own Sokoto people. The Kano own Kano people.
I
the Lagos
own quite well because we've had in the past where a northerner is a vice chancellor of the University of Nigeria in Nsukka.
That is it.
And he did very well.
No, there's Umaru at time.
Yes.
Umaru at time was the first Nigerian that won Enugu municipal mayor in an election in 1953 or 56. A Sokoto person that lived in Enugu.
I want to believe those good old days are going to
Who
come
can
back.
return that? Who can return that?
We can return that. Well, like just taking off from Mr. Osita Okechukwu, Mr. Nick Dazang, for every election cycle, a lot of money is spent to prepare for elections, from printing of materials, the ballot, where some security features are inserted to ensure no proliferation, no counterfeit. A lot of money goes in there. A lot of money goes into logistics. A lot of money goes into security and all of that. Yet we have these issues that keep coming up that doesn't get INEC to have that 100% pass mark. Maybe you say 100% is too ambitious. Talking about the electronic voting system, what is your view on that?
Well, I think that anytime we want to introduce new technology, you have a clique of naysayers, people who just get opposed to the idea of technology. Sometimes even just for the sake of opposing it. I told you that INEC started introducing technology in elections from 2002 with the OMR forms. Then after the OMR forms, under the watch of Dr. Abel Gubadia, then Professor Iwu introduced the electronic voting system. And the electronic voting system, covers electronic registration. It covers electronic voting. It also covers electronic balloting or the electronic machine. So it's a system that has three major components. So he first introduced electronic voting using direct data capture machines as a pilot in 2008. But it was escalated in 2011 by Professor Jega, where about 130 copies of the DDCMs, that is the direct data capture machines, were bought and they were deployed for the 2011 registration, you know. And then subsequently, we now deployed, we used the permanent voter card, if you remember. And after the permanent voter card, the smart card reader was introduced. After the smart card reader, the beavers and IRF. Now, when the commission was trying to introduce the PVC and the SCR, there was huge opposition to it. People were saying that we could not use those technologies because there was no electricity in Nigeria, that the local people were going to be overawed and overwhelmed by the technology. So what ANEC did was to choose the most backwater areas of the country across the 6 geopolitical zones.
For a pilot.
So, and then they did the pilot in each of the 6 geopolitical zones. 2 areas were picked as pilots. And even in Lagos, the area, you know, I don't know whether you understand Yoruba. When they say Abule in Lagos, it means village.
Okay.
So in the way Lagos is patterned is that for each district, there is a kind of like village where you have villagers serving that community. So in Ikeja, the commission went to Onibongbo. Onibongbo is by the Ikeja cantonment. It's an Abule, it's a village.
Okay.
That was where even in Lagos we deliberately used a village. And when the SCR was piloted in these areas, it was seamless. And the interesting thing was that the guinea pigs, that is the people who are used to be authenticated and verified, were so excited. They were demonstrating in favor of the SCR. To the chagrin and anger of the naysayers. And that was how we were able to now overcome the opposition to the use of the smart card reader. And it was deployed, and it became a game changer in the 2015 general election. So there has always been that opposition to technology. But I can assure you, we keep going back to India. And I keep using India. India uses electronic balloting. And in 2010, Qureshi, the first Muslim to become chairman of the Electoral Commission of India, came and gave us a lecture here at the International Conference Center on the use of electronic balloting. And it is working, it is manufactured in India, and it is working seamlessly in India. So I'll restrict myself to that example. I have other things to do with India, but they are not tangential or directly connected to what you have asked now. But they are related to what you had asked before. I don't want to take us back. Now,
if they're a model to be emulated.
Now, what should interest you is that until recently, when the National Assembly changed the laws and approved for INEC to conduct elections using technology as it deems fit, the same National Assembly uses...
Which button also the IRF?
Uses the same National Assembly uses electronic machine to vote in the National Assembly.
To vote their leaders?
Whenever they want to vote on items, on bills and things, they use electronic machine in the National Assembly. So how come what is good, what is source for what is good for the gander?
It's not good for the goose.
It's not good for the goose. So some people,
as a food for thought.
Good. Some people know the value of it, but they don't want to bring it about.
Possibly we need more orientation.
So because like you can see, he's a champion of technology from his personal odyssey. You know, he has seen that technology improves, you know, the fortune and processes. And INEC without the prompting of anybody, decided to start introducing reforms, electronic reforms, improving, because he discovered that these processes can only be enhanced using technology. And technology is the way to go. That's why anytime INEC introduces technology, as far as I'm concerned, we should support them. As to the cost of elections, elections are expensive. You have to pay ad hoc staff. You have to pay, ad hoc. If you are conducting an election in which you have nearly 1,700 polling units, and then you have to deploy 4 staff per polling unit. You can imagine the number of staff you need to man those polling units. And then, in addition to that, you need at least 2 security men to man a polling unit, at least 2. Apart from those who will do the outer security cordon, the ones that will cordon the ward. So, when we do elections in Nigeria, we deploy, ad hoc and permanent staff beyond the total number of staff being deployed by all the election management bodies in West Africa.
I hear you still have complaints of insufficiency in number, or is it about the effectiveness?
Well, we've not had challenges with sufficiency as such, but and normally for any election, when you make a provision, you make a provision for extras. For anything you do, you put a percentage of at least 5% extra. You make because there are people that may not turn up. There are people that may fall ill. So if you don't make provision up initial, right from the beginning, for that percentage, what happens if they don't turn up? So for planning purposes, you must budget for additional 5% of staff.
Thank you.
That if there are those who derelict, or those who are ill, or if there are any challenges, you can fall back on those ones.
Thank you for your submission, Mr. Dazang. Mr. Akoji, we are still on this issue of electronic voting system, if it will be welcome. Like he has said, he has taken us through a chronicle of what INEC, on its own, without being prompted by any organ, anybody on their own from in-house, decided to explore this technology. But you just discovered that other stakeholders across a board get to oppose to it and all of that. What should we expect from the National Orientation Agency to push this narrative forward of the need to imbibe this, not just to save costs, but for credibility purposes?
Okay, the point I would want to make concerning electronic voting is that to a large extent, the infrastructure required to enable electronic voting is in place in this country already.
You even have 5G.
We have 5G, it's rolling out everywhere now.
We have the satellite.
And
we're even expecting the second one.
Yes, and even without that, there's a lot that we're doing on electronic platforms in this country already. The only credible objection that I think people may have against electronic voting will be in the area of the integrity of the process. Now, if that is the challenge, how are we coping with the banking sector that has already gone electronic and are handling things as sensitive as people's money?
Huge sums.
Yes. This is being done seamlessly on several bank platforms on a regular daily basis. Voting is usually seasonal. So if integrity is guaranteed in the banking sector, why are we afraid of it when it comes to voting using electronic means? That's a question that comes to my mind. Exams, where you have children, minor, exams are run by electronic means these days. JAMB, and other forms of exams, and they are handling the challenges around integrity very well, as you would see in some of the issues that we came to our notice, in recent times. So I frankly do not see any reason why we cannot embrace electronic voting at this point in time in the evolution of our electoral processes. I'm an advocate of that. It will even help the integrity of the process, as we have seen other electronic devices introduced by INEC do already. Mr. Okechukwu here has spoken about the beavers being a vaccine. A vote-rigging vaccine.
Yes.
You understand?
Which ensured some people didn't return to power.
I'm telling you,
expected.
vote-rigging vaccine.
The last election, general election.
And the more we introduce these electronic means into our electoral system, the more we put the power in the hands of the electorate. If those who are elected become increasingly convinced that the rigging, that we see happening prevalently most of the times when we have elections, will be cut out using electronic means. As you reduce man-to-man interface, which is the facilitator of a lot of the wrong things, that we see happening, then it will increase public confidence in the electoral process. And if you increase significantly public confidence in the electoral process, you will increase participation. You will reduce voter apathy. And then you will encourage citizens to know that there's a certain level of power that lies with them when those they have elected are not performing up to expectations. So we continue to encourage INEC not to shy away from electronic devices and then enabling electronic voting. Because the most critical element that should discourage anyone, which is the question of the integrity of the process, is already being dealt with in more critical sectors of our national life.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kogi. A quick one to Mr. Osita. I want to ask, maybe you might say it's a rhetorical one, but how effective is this vaccine you're talking about? Just yesterday, I got to know that there are some security features that were added to the beavers to get to dictate result sheets that are fake from those that are original, printed by INEC. Yet you still hear from the issues that have come up at the collation centers that some results that were seen as fake earlier on have found their way on the IRF. I don't know how valid that is, whether it's been proven or not, or in the coming days we'll get to know how valid that accusation is. But I want to ask, how we know vaccines fail at times. How effective is this vaccine?
Let me be honest with you. There's no tech
that's foolproof,
especially digital. There are no firewalls. And these firewalls are meant to minus or plus 2% error. That's why, like my people do in their trading business, you want to buy a spare part, they tell you this one is original. This one is not original. And they will give you the price of original. You can come back and say, the Igbo boy, he cheated me. But you fail to tell the person you are trying to complain to that he was innocent enough to tell you this is the original. If you buy the original, and I think the one we have is original, but there is no instrument on earth, if you want to be corrupted, you cannot corrupt. In fact, it's easier to destroy than to manufacture. It's a human issue. So we cannot, in any sense, that's why I'm saying that we, at all levels, our governance should pay more emphasis to the welfare of the people. Because the 1999 Constitution, in the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy, it stated that the primary purpose of governance is the welfare and security of the people. Because of the hunger in land, Some people are ready to trade off any premium you want to leave on anything. But I still believe that the firewalls, if what you have today had no good firewalls, please look for the original. That original will guarantee that. Because this is a country where the best brains are migrating on a daily basis. For me, that exodus is dangerous in the years ahead. That exodus of our people is dangerous in the years ahead. Because it's not very easy to replace a doctor. It's not very easy to replace a nurse. I've talked to the Minister of Education. I said, sir, why is it impossible to increase the number of intakes into medicine and nursing? Because most of those who are qualified to do microbiology should also be qualified to do medicine or nursing. Or those who are in biotech, biochemistry, or ordinary biology. The Cuban government did so. When America was lacking medics, the Cuban government started establishing large faculties of medicine at the expense of other, except engineering. But today, we are doing all manner of courses. Even the new schools, they will be doing history, political science, this and that and that. What for? Experience that shown that if at that tender age, if you direct the attention of the youth to a profitable curriculum, they get adapted. Yeah. Even today's, as you said, those who manufactured some of these things we are using today, or who discovered them, it took, Einstein did not go to university before he discovered relativity.
Electricity.
Yeah, yes. It was later that he started going.
When he was working in the post office.
Yes.
That he wrote those theories of relativity. And they were published in one of the most respected scientific journals then, the Annals of Physics.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And he did that at the age of 29.
Jelimo Marconi, the man that discovered radio.
Yes.
He didn't go to university. He didn't go to university. The mother came from UK to learn how to play music in Italy and got married to the father. And she was very proficient in attending parties, this and that. So the young man started experimenting how wires connect to the music of the mother. He thought it was a joke. He would not say, Mommy, could you hear music where you are?
Mr. Osita, I have this information for us and Nigerians out there. Is a news flash that INEC have decided to fix next Saturday, 18th of this month, for a conduct of fresh elections in those polling units. The elections were cancelled in Kogi State. So INEC have decided on it, and it's going to be next Saturday. For our information, what's your reaction to that?
No. I think it's very important, because if you make a mistake somewhere, the best is there is what they call RS, reward and sanction. So if deliberately some political bandits disrupted those process, the best INEC could have done is what he did. And I said earlier before you came, if those results have been calculated and are substantial enough to prove that if you declare anybody a winner without those results, no matter whatever percentage of voters that will turn in, it could be challenged. So the best is inconclusive. That's what it means. I think that's the best solution. It's also provided in the Electoral Act.
Okay, Mr. Nick Dazang, you have told us how INEC on its own, without the prompting of the public, gets to adapt technology and has advanced, improving from one state to another, from the card readers to the beavers, and possibly we're looking into the electronic voting system. He talked about how foolproof that possibly cannot be. Can you tell us through some of the challenges in using this technology, from deploying them on the field and the efforts that has been made to improve on it, and what we should be expecting going forward?
Well, I think what is left out of the components of the electronic voting system, which I had identified earlier on, is electronic balloting.
Balloting, okay.
Right? You know, the act of voting for your candidate using the balloting machine. That is what
is left.
Is still outstanding. And before I left the commission, I'm aware that the commission invited vendors to supply, to make submissions regarding this particular machine. And I think not less than 27 vendors responded. But I think because of the BVAS and IREF technologies and the cost involved, the commission now shelved electronic balloting until such a time when the country would have internalized the use of these technologies and it is in a position to use electronic balloting. Because for each technology that ANEC introduces, what it does is it does pilots, it does test runs. It makes sure that this a technology that is friendly and can be used, that is not too technical and our people can use it. So I think at the level of procurement, those vendors were invited, and I'm aware that even the Indian government also responded to that particular advert. But I doubt if anything went beyond that, because it's a function of money. If you want to procure those machines, then you are also talking about billions of naira. So what the commission also does is it looks at these costs at a time. You don't go and say you want to do so many things at a time when the economy itself is struggling. That means you are insensitive to what is happening in your own environment. So I think by and by we'll arrive at that point where we may use electronic balloting. But for now, I think the way to go is to perfect the BVAS and the IREF. For me, I think that's what to do. And we have 2 more off-cycle governorship elections to go. And my advice would be to continue to perfect the use of these machines and add other integrity measures and protocols so that it will check anything that is untoward. And then once we perfect that, then we can now transit or escalate to electronic balloting. So that in my view is the way to go, but you don't bring in too many things at the same time when you have not mastered the one that you have introduced. So you need to master it. The people need to be conversant with it before you now escalate. So you can see that they even over time, that is what the commission has been doing, escalating incrementally, you know, adding more and more and more, and not taking any drastic measure. Because if you take a drastic measure, introduce a technology people are not familiar with, it can crash, it can collapse if you introduce it in a major election.
Okay, great, Mr. Dezang. And Mr. Osita, we were talking about, Mr. Dezang mentioned we have 2 more off-cycle elections to go, talking about Edo and Ondo for next year, 2024. And while we look forward to that, the issues, one of the reasons that have brought in these off-cycle elections is issues, crises amongst parties, talking about internal party democracy. From being a party member, how do you think that can better be handled by political parties, where we don't have factions in the political party producing two candidates at the level of primaries, and it actually leads to litigations even after someone has gone through the ballot and has been declared winner of an election. Then you go to tribunal and get to reverse some of this judgment.
I said the fundamental, first and foremost, is the mirror. The mirror is a credible election. We are human beings. Immediately, a political party is aware that the election and the gadgets are going to be transparent. You do not need to test the electorate. The best you do is to give them the best. In any neighborhood, every political party knows who is more popular than the other. And going by my experience, I first joined the political party in 1978.
It's been a long time coming.
That is 40-something years now. I first joined the PRP. By that time, Achebe was a member of the PRP, Professor Chino Achebe, Chukwumerije, both of blessed memory. When it didn't take traction in the area we found ourselves, because I was in the southeast then, we joined the PDP, the MPP, that was gaining ground more than even the MPN in Enugu then. And we became some of the boys running around the then governor of Anambra State, His Excellency Chief Jim Obodo. I know, for instance, that one of the critical elections we lost in the PDP, because later I was transferred to the headquarters when late Dr. Alex Form was the National Secretary after he took over from Unongo. One of the critical elections we lost, I was in the meeting when the late Alex Form was opposing a candidate that he can't win. And that was in Rivers State. And Lesson Mola and the others preferred the other candidate. He set up, normally then, a big time is taken to set up a committee to do opinion poll. And the committee quietly will come back and say that from these two candidates, in our own opinion, is more popular on the ground. One of the arguments then was, one of them that we had no money, where would you get the money to sponsor him? Let's give the man that have money. And we lost that election. Severally, political parties had lost elections by presenting candidates that are not as popular. And that was exactly what happened to PDP in the presidential election of 2023.
Okay, Mr. Osita, let me hold your thoughts there for now. We'll get to continue. I get to understand that Lokoja coalition has resumed in Lokoja. Let's get to know what is happening at the coalition center. We're expecting results from 3 local governments to be collated. I think that is on at this point in time.
Please introduce yourself and then go ahead with the presentation.
Okay. I stand on the already established protocol. My name is Associate Professor Edwin Izweke of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the Local Government Area Coalition Officer for Kogi State governorship election in Ikalabela local government area held on 11th November 2023. With me is
Liman Idris Mairafi, EO, Igalamela.
Idris, he's the EO, the electoral officer for Igalamela local government area, code 08. The result for Igalamela local government area, Kogi State, are as follows. Number of registered voters 77577. I take it again. 77577. Number of accredited voters 27365. I repeat, 27365. I collected the results from 10 wards of the local government area. The standing of the political parties as follows. Total number of valid votes.
You've given that before.
Yes.
Okay. You've given us accredited votes. Just go with the parties.
Okay. The
votes called by the parties.
By the parties, huh? Okay. Party A, 6. A, 6. A, 2. 2. AAC, 16. 16. ADC, 61. 61. ADP 36. 36. APC 2975. I repeat, 2975. APGA 6. 6. APM 7. 7. APP 8. 8. 8. 8. BP 2. 2. LP 10. 10. NNPP 2. 2. NRM 8. 8. PDP 140. 140. PRP 44. That's 44. SDP 23185. 23185. YPP 63. 63. ZLP 14. 14. Total valid votes.
Yeah.
Okay. 26665. I repeat. 26665. Rejected votes 696. 696. Total votes cast 27365. 27361. I repeat, 27361.
Okay. Any cancellations?
No.
Okay. Any questions, remarks, observations? There is none. So, okay. So you can step forward to make your submissions.
Okay.
So, have you verified your results?
How are you now? Sorry, please go down.
Fine. Okay.
Where's your bill? You submitted it already?
It's with the operation.
Okay. What about the
it's all with the submission, but
the one that's going to Abuja?
Yeah. No. That one, Cooper is bringing it. That one that we were going to give. Yeah.
The local government is going to collect it?
Yeah.
No, we will collect it.
And when she brings it, I will bring it. She's doing Cooper at my operation.
Okay.
It's with her.
Okay. You signed all these mutilations. Okay. It's okay. Thank you. Okay. Has it been verified? Yeah. Lokoja, are you here? Have you cross-checked your result with the technical team?
Follow him.
Okay. Please, let's just give them maybe some couple of minutes to certify their results. And the other team, but you said they're close to.
Yeah, they are very close.
Okay, so. So after Lokoja, the last will be Bajan. We land also very close, so maybe before we finish with the Lokoja, Ibaji would have been here.
can just take another. It will not take us up to 1 hour. Because I've
since you have entered.
Yeah. All the tracks, remaining just to add the program.
We send them out to go and verify their results.
Okay. Lokoja, are you ready now? Okay. Take your seat, introduce yourself, and present your result.
Good evening, Prof. Good evening, the REC and every other national commissioner and every other person at the high table. All protocols duly observed. I am Professor Gerald Ezirim of the Department of Political Science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the local government collation officer for Lokoja local government. Lokoja has 10 registration areas and 273 polling units. With me is my EO, Doctor.
I am Mutsan Dashan, the electoral officer of Lokoja local government area.
Okay, thank you very much. I now begin to give the results. We have 10 registration areas, like I mentioned. Lokoja A, it code 1. Up to Egon, code 10. The number of registered voters for this local government is 157,248. 157,248. Number of accredited voters 36,526. 36,526. Votes received by parties. Party A, 22. 22. Party AA, 128. 128. Party AAC, 20. 20. Party ADC, 758. 758. Party ADP, 148. 148. Party APC, 19105. 19105. Party APGA, 37. 37. Party APM, 15. 15. Party APP, 94. 94. Party BP, 08. 08. Party LB, 37. 37. Party NNPP, 15. 15. Party NRM, 16. Party PDP 4028. 4028. Party PRP 57. Party SDP 10380. 10380. Party YPP 43. Party ZLP 21. The total valid votes are 36932. 34932, please. Total valid votes 34932. Rejected votes 1208. 1208. Total votes cast 36140. Total votes cast 36140. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Any cancellations?
Yes, Prof. There are a few cancellations.
A few. How many?
Well, in 4 registration areas, various points.
Okay.
In Lokoja A, Lokogoma Phase 1, polling unit 023, there was a deliberate refusal to use beavers, so they were all appropriately scored 0 across board. At Egon Koten, there was a cancellation in 1 polling unit 004 Kusa Kappa open space as a result of overvoting. At Oworo 007, 009, 017, and 019, there was manual accreditation, and the electoral officers actually did the presiding officers, did the needful by ensuring that they were not scored appropriately. And then the last one was in Cooper Southwest. There was overvoting under intimidation, and 12 polling units were affected out of 17, and the electoral officers, the polling presiding officers, also took action as they were directed to do. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Do you have a total of all the PVCs collected from those areas cancelled?
No, I don't have the tidbits from our calculation. I could
from
do that.
your records.
Yeah.
Maybe when you feel, can you check and
Yes,
give us?
Yes, I'll do
give
that.
us the records.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. They want to know the exact number of polling units whose results were cancelled.
Okay. 18 in all.
18 polling units.
Yes.
18, 18. Okay. Well, while we are still waiting for the last one, maybe you can quickly total the number of PVCs collected in those 18 PUs and give us the information.
It's all right. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Four. Yeah, I mentioned them. Lokoja A had just 1 incident, and Lokogoma Phase 1, only unit 023. Oworo 4, 007, 009, 017, and 019. Egon 1, polling unit 004, Kuso Kappa open space, and then the 12 as a result of voting under intimidation at Cooper Southwest. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very
much, sir.
Any other question, observation, remarks? Okay, none. So you can just step forward and make your submissions. Thank you. Okay. So a hand is up there. Please, can the mic get to him?
What are the from
just hold on.
They do feel the song. Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's okay. What of the other copies? Is it just for the operation? Oh, they have collected it. It's okay. It's okay. He said your operations has collected.
No, this one, the yellow one here.
Yeah, that's no. It's I thought that's the one you said your operations has.
The second copy is operation from Abuja. Yes, the LGS from us. The LGS. Then you bring B and E to the office.
Okay, you can go ahead.
The returning officer, good evening, everyone. Can I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just a reminder. You recall that I am David Ehimoni, the SDP coalition agent. You recall our complaint yesterday.
Today?
Okay, today. Over incidences of over voting as posted on the Beavers and the IRF. And a press statement was issued by your humble self, that is Mohammed Kudu Haruna, National Commissioner and Member, Information and Voter Election Committee. This was a statement you issued yesterday to the effect that you received some complaints and you listed those to indicate that the incidences occurred in Adavi, Ajaokuta, Ogorimagongo, Okehi, Okene local government areas. The most incidents occurred in Ogorimagongo, affecting 9 of the 10 registration areas. You stated further that this is entirely unacceptable. That is your words. Any result not emanating from the commission process is in polling unit will not be accepted. And you also stated your determination to go into all this and to take appropriate action within 24 hours. And the last time we raised this during the day, you told us that you gave us 24 hours and the 24 hours has not lapsed. And we have waited. And I think the 24 hours has lapsed. We want to say that we expected some action from you. If you have concluded your investigation, if you have not, well, by law, you still have up to maybe about 7 days to do that. But definitely, you cannot be investigating at the same time go ahead to declare a result. So So this is just my complaint now.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, please pass the mic over to him. Maybe one of the national commissioners.
Yes, very good evening. I want to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Gerard Kachi, Comrade Gerard Kachi. With regards to the SDP...
Who do you represent?
Okay, I'm an observer.
Okay.
In this election. Accredited observer, domestic observer. With regards to the SDP things he has raised, there are reports that are going on that there are likelihood of election coming up next Saturday, 18th, with regards to some areas in Ugorimagongo, Adavi, Okehi, and Okene. So I think that will clear some of the issues he has raised. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Well, I will hand over to a national commissioner here to respond to some of the issues.
Okay, are we together? INEC has responded within 24 hours as promised. There has been a press release in the last 1.5 hours. So INEC has responded to those issues that were raised yesterday. And I think it is in the public domain already. So thank you very much.
INEC has issued a statement this evening. Yeah, just in the last couple of minutes. So.
It's not to you, it's in Nigeria. It is in the public domain. We have replied already. No. You just gave your complaint.
Which one are you talking about? Is it the petition you wrote today or about what happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? INEC promised to look into it and within 24 hours make their decisions available, and they've done that to Nigeria. I'm not sure it affected only your party, or they need to respond only to your political party. It's something that affected possibly all the parties and Nigeria as a whole. And so they issued a press statement just this evening. You are still not satisfied with that. So what else do you want to hear? Tell us what will make you happy, so that.
Did you write to us yesterday?
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
An issue affected several other persons. Maybe only one complaint. And I believe that the complainant should be appropriately addressed, which we haven't gotten. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, you have a point. You complained to INEC. You wrote a complaint to INEC headquarters. Okay, so let's believe that they will still write you back. But that wouldn't stop our business. So you did write us that you wrote to INEC headquarters, and you are expecting a response from them. So I believe they will still respond to you. Yeah.
I think we should be very careful with whatever we do. We should be very, very careful with whatever we do.
Are we not careful with
I don't think so.
Okay, what do you want us to do? Tell us.
Look, you issued this statement yesterday. The same you that issued this statement yesterday, this press release yesterday, you are here. And I'm asking you, I complained. Please, what is the result of your complaint? And you say, you mean you will release result and go ahead and be investigating?
We haven't even gotten to the extent of releasing it, so we are still collecting.
Okay, please, just for clarification purposes, Yesterday, INEC responded based on our internal processes, not because anybody complained. It was part of our checks and balances that resulted to what INEC did yesterday, and we acted positively and transparently. Then within the 24 hours that INEC promised, without receiving any complaint again, we were able to resolve these issues and come out with a press release in the last 1.5 hours. Maybe you are not aware of that, but it's already in the public domain. No. We were not responding to you. INEC wasn't responding to you. And for your own information, even those things you forwarded today, they were not forwarded officially. You need to follow a process. But we collected them, and just for you to understand that we are transparent. Otherwise, you have to send it to the office. It has to be endorsed. Then we have to give you a copy. Then we collect. You didn't follow that process. So please, let's maintain this understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're still on this. I thought, okay. Let's.
I see Mohammed Ibrahim Dangana is the name. I think there's no party can ask the coalition officer not to announce any result. The progressing is followed by law. So no party can hold any, nobody can dissolve any in the coalition, please.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much. You see, the situation we find ourselves, I need to make clarification. There is a process of announcing results. If you go into the Electoral Act section 23 to 26, the procedure is there. And the election is a process. You start from the unit level to the ward level, to the local government level, and to the national level. At these stages, we undergo all these stages of the election. I don't see any reason where any learned person will come and be disrupting the activities here. It's clear, and the process is transparent. As we speak, there was no any complaint. We've been collating results here. That's why I just want to make that record clear. There's a process. Here is not a tribunal. Here is not a court of law. Nobody, is only the tribunal that can reverse any decision that has been taken from stages from the ward level to the national, to the state level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, you've spoken enough on this. Well, please, I'm not shorting you. Yeah, so we have one local government outstanding, and that is Baji. We want to know if they are here now. If they are not here, maybe we give them a couple of minutes to get here. I think the REC is trying to reach them to know.
At this point, so do we take another break? We're trying to find out how far they are from here.
Are we going to take a break or remain here? We don't want people to be asking questions.
We need to take a break. How long will you take?
We'll take an hour break. 1 hour break.
We are there.
1 hour.
Well, it's like we have to take another shot, but we had felt that we'll be able to just finish this last one and at least know that we finished collecting all the results and take it from there. But it appears they will still take like another 1 hour to get here. Yeah, that is the information we are getting from them. So it's almost 8 o'clock now. So we reconvene at 9 p.m. please.
of the live telecast of the off-cycle elections. That's the resident electoral commissioner shifting the continuation for another 1 hour. But we are going to join our correspondent in Yenogwa, Kingsley Amajari. He has an important announcement that let us in. Kingsley? Okay. Well, we still have in the studio our guests. They are still here. Mr. Osita Okechukwu, former DG, VON, and a public relations consultant. Also, Nick Dazan, former director of voter education and publicity, INEC. And Mr. David Akoje, who is the director of special duties and state operations. So we just continue with our discussion. Actually, I'm taking over from my colleague, Benny Adams, who had to leave. My name is Ademola Adeoye. I will continue this live telecast. So let me start. Mr. Osita, you were on a thought when we had to go back to Kogi for the continuation of the collation's result there. So can you just continue on what you were telling us?
No, we were trying to say that basically that if the Electoral Commission gets it right, that we politicians will fall in line. And that the only way we could improve on our internal democracy is when INEC start discharging free, fair, and credible elections. That a transparent election brings everybody back to the line, so that whatever you're planning, you have ahead of your mind that if you present a candidate that is not popular to the electorate, that you are surely going to lose that election. That's the fastest route to getting our politicians to behave, to getting our internal democracy to be upgraded, because we know each other. We know who is more popular in any given constituency, whether it is councillorship, whether it's House of Assembly, whether it's the Federal House of Representatives constituency, whether it is senatorial district, whether it's governorship, or Mr. President, that immediately we get it right to a greater extent. It happened in India. The Congress Party Well,
Mr. Osita, sorry, I have to interject you again. It's like our correspondent, Amajiri, is set for us now in Yenogwa. Amajiri, what information do you have to pass across to us?
All right, this coalition started in the morning when the three LGAs were earlier on collated, talking about Kolokuma, Opokuma, Obuya, and Yenegwa local government area. When they reconvened at about 4 p.m., they took another three local government areas, which were the other three local government areas, Ekremo, Sabama, and the last local government area. But after they reconvened, they adjourned to reconvene by 6 p.m. So the media, we waited to, when it got to the 6 p.m., they couldn't come back. At about some minutes past 7, the official of INEC came here and announced to us that the coalition of the remaining two local governments, Brass local government area and Southern Niger local government area, would now be holding tomorrow by 12 noon. So everyone has left here. So far, the 6 local government areas that have been collected, PDP won 5 of the local government areas, while the APC won one local government area, that is Nembe local government area. That is the situation with the collation of the results for governorship election that was held on the 11th of November 2023 here in Bayelsa State.
For that update there, which means that The Yenogua, the Bayelsa collation continues tomorrow by 12 noon. Thank you very much. So back to the studio. I've just heard what happened in Bayelsa now. The collation of the result and the announcement has been shifted, postponed till tomorrow for the continuation. We have 2 more local governments to be announced. That is talking about the Brass and Southern Ijaw. What's your take on that? Why?
Well, as we all know, Bayelsa has a very challenging terrain, and I think almost 6 of the local governments are on top of the Atlantic, including these 2 local governments that are being awaited. And so what we will need to do is to wait so that we have the full complement of the results from these 2 local governments, so that the returning officer can determine can do the collation, determine the winner, and then make a return. So the thing to do is to hold on until such a time when the results would have come in. I think perhaps their calculation is not to give us a time, maybe perhaps early, and then people keep waiting, because some of these areas are like 3-4 hours away from Yenagua, and they may not want to travel in the night because of security concerns and safety concerns. So it's possible that they may take off very early in the morning, so that by that period they would have arrived at Yenagua. I think that should be the consideration.
So okay, so by tomorrow we should expect that all the
results should be in, yes,
and all the issues will be sorted.
Yes,
and then we have a conclusion by tomorrow.
By tomorrow.
Yeah, let me bring in David Akoji. A lot of issues have been raised in this off-cycle elections, and especially we hear all these arguments from the party agents and the political parties, some of them disclaiming that no, this election has to be cancelled, one issue or the other. Why do we keep having such issues arising from time to time?
Well, what we are seeing is contestation for power.
No, it's what the one girl say, well, just put him on standby now. The one that
the way it is.
Okay.
Wherever there's contestation for power, you are most likely going to see tensions of all sorts. So this is not totally out of place. But if it becomes overwhelming and substantially affects the conduct of the elections, then there's big cause for worry. Every election offers opportunities for learning new lessons. And I can already see some new lessons being learned from the outcomes, that we're seeing. One of those lessons, I think we also need to carry out some form of political education on how to handle election loss. It will appear that our politicians have not cultivated a culture of sportsmanship in losing.
Okay.
They always seem to be one thing or the other responsible for loss, outside of the fact that the other person garnered more votes. So I see that there's opportunity, a lesson learning opportunity in stakeholders organizing some form of education for our politicians on how to handle electoral losses. It does seem these days that when people lose elections, they become hamstrung. Where do you go from that point? So there has to be some form of education around that, so that people adopt a healthy attitude towards losing election. That said, our electoral processes always seem to be throwing up glitches. even in the face of several innovations that have been brought to bear, I am particularly shocked that up until this time, when people know that it is not profitable to bypass the beavers, in the long term, in the long run, that people are still bypassing the beavers, and such votes are still being put forward as though there's no means to prove that these votes were not validly cast, So I see lesson learning in terms of education on what it means to cast your vote without going through the beavers for the voter, in terms of expressing his franchise and his choice of candidates. So quite a number of lesson learning opportunities have been thrown up. The complaints that we see on the floor also, the party agents there know the extent of the powers that these collation centers have in terms of bringing about redress, But I don't see that being displayed much in the the quality of arguments that I'm hearing in that place. That's another area that requires further education.
Okay.
To what extent do the collation centers have powers to apply redress right there, as the complaints are being laid? So this also requires some education around it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. David, for that, your thought. Let me ask Mr. Osita, what is the impact of these irregularities and complaints on the legitimacy of these off-cycle elections?
No. We must not forget how it came about. It was also because of election that was not so transparently done. And in the course of the last leg, which is going through the tribunal or the court of law, and those governors were returned. So going by the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic, if we are sworn in today, we'll start counting you at 4 years from today. We can't count it yesterday. If we do so, we shall change you. So I think that is how it came about. On the issue of where we're going, that's where INEC comes in. I'm not calling INEC that for just blame game. As I said earlier, I said, if INEC had used IREF in the presidential election the way they used it in the National Assembly election, these issues wouldn't have occurred even for the courts to start trying to degrade the beavers. So for those who are reacting that they could do without the beavers, they might get misrepresentation of the judgment of the Supreme Court and the Presidential Election Petition Court that decided canvassing an idea that if you do manual, you're okay. That is danger about it. And I said, INEC could have, in a deep thinking, know that there's no way the Migrant Party and President Tinubu could not have won, no matter how slim. Because they were there when the PDP mangled their primaries that produced, that the House got divided. It produced the Obedience, it produced the NNPP. All of them were PDP. So the ordinary canvas and analysis showed from the one that PDP had lost a big chunk of his votes. He can't win. So there's no point of telling us glitch or no glitch. It's that glitch that these people are referring to. Because if you go through the presidential appeal, the presidential election petitions courts, they were kind of trying to dampen the import of beavers as a vote rigging machine. And the Supreme Court did not take a week to also go along that line. So if you see somebody trying to boycott it, to brush it aside, it was kind of, yes, maybe my own interpretation about the judgment is that it's not relevant since it's not going to help me to get more votes. Because what did the beavers, why is it an enemy? That if you are 1,000 registered in these polling units, that instead of writing that 900 voted for you, that the beavers provides accreditation that might show that not up to 200 appeared. So you are bound to confine your results on that 200. So it's very easy to detest it. Maybe it's your stronghold. You could have had about 180 out of the 200. Now, because you wanted to have so that, unluckily for us, we are still do identity politics.
Mr. Sita, we just have to pause you there. It's like one of our correspondents in Owerri is ready to give us an update there. Chris, can you hear me? What do you have for us?
Well, in the case of Imo State, it's been concluded it's about 11 a.m. But then, in line with your discussions there, I align myself with Osita, in terms of the presidential election. And then the challenge, the greatest, the doubts, arose because of INEC, the issue of clinch. And the ambiguity of the Electoral Act, as so far interpreted, that allows INEC the discretion on, under the discretion to which means to declare results. I think all hands must come on deck. The National Assembly, let us start the process of amending the 2022 Electoral Act, so that whatever is the agreed means, mode of transmission. Now, the IRF, the BVICE and IRF, let it be backed by law with clearly in the simple terms that this, as recorded by BVICE and then transmitted through the IRF, whatever that comes out there is no longer based on the discretion of INEC to do this or to do that. Once that is done, the lessons we've learned from the presidential election, this current one that's ongoing, moving towards, because these issues of contention now in Kogi and Bayelsa, possibly Imo here, where of course those, the Imo election, governorship election is concluded in the first leg, then the tribunals and so on and so forth follows. We're also going to encounter it in Edo, in Ondo, in Anambra State, unless the Electoral Act is amended. That is my take. Then the political class themselves, the politicians, you see, I am here in my capacity as an election observer. What goes on in the field of election, the day of election, a lot of people that run these commentaries are not aware of it. We are there in the polling unit. And then, of course, with the privilege of moving around as many polling units, as many local governments as you can cover. What we see in the field of election, what we see, our experiences during the election, it's difficult for one to begin to air them, which means that, look, there's still a long way to go. From INEC itself, INEC as a body, including the ad hoc staff, the party agents themselves, even the electorates that are willing, will not cast their vote until they receive something, until money is given to them or exchange or something also. So that would tell you a lot of education, political and civic education has to go on massively, intensively, because that's the only way out for us. Since there's no better system than the electoral system, our electoral system, the democratic system, is still almost at an infant level. The people are not aware of what their duties and responsibilities are, their obligations as citizens. The politicians themselves and their desperation to maintain and access political power. Well, that is it. But the issue, after getting power, what do you do with it? And that brings me, here I am in Imo. I was the only observer in the collation room. What really happened to a lot of other observers that were deployed to Imo State? That was my question. In fact, a journalist asked me, why were you the only one? Back to Imo. My take is this. I am setting an agenda to the winner of the election. My advice, strong advice, as a stakeholder, is please form a think tank made up of the rest 17 candidates that contested this governorship election in Imo. Form a think tank. Incorporate all of them. Then harvest and enhance all that they had in mind for the people of Imo State. Because for them to have run this election to such level, they have something good and positive to offer to the people of Imo State. So all hands must be on deck. I advise the winner to be magnanimous in victory, to build bridges, mend fences, after all, we're all brothers and sisters, and then bring everybody on board. Engage the stakeholders, engage your fellow contestants, engage the traditional, engage the people to reinvent Imo, to bring Imo to where it ought to be. Because all the quest for political power, I believe, should be driven by out of your quest to provide the necessary enablers to the people. Security of life and property, enabling environment for businesses and private enterprise to thrive, and that's all that our people are looking for. For example, people in this part of the world, all that they want is a conducive environment for self-actualization. The Igbo man is not going to beg, but then provide enablers so that people can explore their God-given potentials and create wealth and prosperity for the society. Having said that, the issues being discussed as the challenges emanating from this particular election is a continuous decimal, of course. Well, and we know that in every election, it's a misgrid of some sort. There's nothing you don't see. Even for us, back as an election observer, some of the things we even experienced in the field. There are some other issues that arose during the presidential election, during the general election, and with these new challenges in view of this ongoing off-cycle election. So we must resolve as a people to mend our ways, beginning with the political class, the political elite, who are the first benefactors of this whole electoral victory. They must deploy it. This victory must be for the people, whoever that wins in the rest of the states, must be for the people to drive and move society forward. The society is not the way it is. Look at Bayelsa, look at Kogi, and look at Imo here. These are states endowed with great potentialities of all sorts of resources. So let all hands come on deck after elections in terms of governance and leadership, so you can provide the expected dividends of democracy. The electoral system, the democratic system, all hands must also come on deck, beginning from INEC as the leader, the politicians themselves, the bureaucracy of government, the civil and public servants, part of the election management team, the citizens themselves, the traditional institutions, the churches. In fact, I am of the view that voter education should start from the primary school level. Voter education, duties and responsibilities of citizens. Before I left Abuja, we had a multi-stakeholder meeting with the office of the AGF, organized by the African Electoral Integrity Network, an NGO based in New York, based in Washington. And the issues, I spoke about voter education and awareness. You can imagine the number of voided votes in this last election. Even this one, they are voided votes. So these are why we need to, keep constant engagement, constant education, constant sensitization and mobilization of the citizens. It's not now, after these elections, now everybody goes to sleep, no talk again until election comes again. Since it is an integral part, a very sensitive strategic aspect of our life, our national life, as a country that has chosen the democratic way of governance. These talks has to be ongoing. Thank you.
Your thoughts there. He mentioned quite a lot of issues there that I know that we have talked about before, and the issue of amendment of the Electoral Act, the issue of inducement, which we and the politicians and their desperation for power. Also, the issue of this voter education and the trying to include these voter education in school curriculum. Nick, what do you have to say to that is starting the voter education right from the primary school?
Well, I'll align myself with him. I was privileged to be part of a committee in time past, where we produced a manual for civic education in collaboration with NOAA, Minister of Education, and other NGOs. And before I left the commission, the International Federation of Election Systems, NOAA, and other people revisited the issue. And I think they have published a manual for civic education in primary school. I think the one I saw covers from primary 4 to 5.
No, it actually covers from primaries 1 to 6.
Okay.
What we did, working with International Federation for Electoral Systems, INEC, and other stakeholders, was to develop a curriculum for electoral education. And this contains elements of what he is referring to, as voter education. And that curriculum is rich in terms of activities and exercises and practices that will introduce the children, from primaries 1 all the way to primary 6, to how democracy works, how election works, their importance, and the kind of attitude that should be maintained around the practice of democracy, so that from that cradle, they are exposed to some of these nuances and they understand how important, these are. And Nick Dazang is right, he's spot on when he said, in that group, we have developed a teacher's manual. We have also developed a teacher's guide, alongside the curriculum, which has now been infused into civic education curriculum. That work is far gone. I think what is left now is just to capacitate teachers who would deliver this content, across the country. And test exercises are being done in various parts, of the country. So the point that Ajuri is making, Chris Agiri is making is spot on, but we are well aware and we have been working, on this over time. So the same way as they are learning other subjects, children are going to be learning electoral education. And they will learn this also through practice as they elect their class heads, elect their school prefects, and all of that.
Okay, it has to start from the
cradle.
From the cradle. Now, we have been in schools, and I remember that when I was in school, we normally have these elections for our prefects. We elected our prefect. They were not chosen, but we elected them. They even campaigned in the secondary schools. But the system seems to differ. Now, let me just ask Nick, this issue of people calling for the amendment of the Electoral Act, do you buy into it? Because their argument is that there are a lot of loopholes that the politicians are actually catching on this Electoral Act.
Yes. The interesting thing is that it is the same politicians that make the laws. And over time, there have been some, funny contradictions in the act. At one point, one section was saying that INEC had the right to, vet candidates presented to it by political parties. And then within the same act, that is before the amendments, it was saying that INEC had no option than to receive any candidate presented to it by a political party. So on the one hand, you empower INEC, on the other hand, you withdraw the power. So we've seen these kinds of contradictions right from the Electoral Act 2002. We keep, anytime we test the act, we conduct elections, we debate them, we identify the challenges, and then we now go back and seek for amendments. And it took us time. You could see before the recent amendments in the 2022 Electoral Act, from the 2010 Electoral Act as amended. And in spite of that, there are still challenges. For example, some of us are of the view that before a president or governor is inaugurated, all the court cases, all the disputes arising from the conduct of the election should be settled before the president or governor is inaugurated, so that he will put behind him what, is not distracted by these litigations. But if you see what happened, the president was inaugurated, and then the whole nation was on tenterhooks because there was this to and forth, going to the presidential election petition court, then going to the Supreme Court, and then the many discussions and conversations around the issues in the court, outside the court itself. So apart from the court and the Supreme Court, there were conversations in the court of public opinion. And then, the country was in a tension that was so thick you could cut the tension with a knife. We need to amend the law in such a fashion that all these cases would have been listened to and decided before the president is inaugurated, so that he is not encumbered by any. By the time you are in that office, you know that yes, you are there for good. But what we have had is the first few months of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had been encumbered by these very emotional conversations around issues concerning the elections, which should have been dealt with. So for me, that's one issue that needs to be addressed. There are other concerns as well. And before now, you could, if you are not satisfied with a candidate being presented by a political party, you could go to court. But now the law says that it is only if you are a member of that party or you are a co-contestant that you can have a beef with the submission of a candidate's name to INEC. But in time past, it wasn't so. So if you now go to court on the basis that somebody has blemishes, he ought not to contest, or that the credentials he submitted are not correct, and you are not a member of the party, and you are not a contestant, then you will be seen as somebody, a meddlesome interloper, So, but the thing is to look at some of these laws and look at the areas that are self-serving. That, I've always said that one of the challenges of the political class in Nigeria is also not taking the long-term view of things. I know of a situation where at a point INEC could disqualify candidates. It was provided for in the law. And then suddenly one day some members of the National Assembly felt that a particular chairman of the commission was too powerful. They now went and altered that part of the law without looking at the fact that that man was not going to serve more than one term anyway. So they were now making laws and amending them based on the face of one individual that they liked or they didn't like. And you don't make laws like that. You take the long-term view of things. How will things pan out in the long term? The long-term implications. Exactly, but people will tell you that we didn't like this man, he was too powerful. And he was using that power for good. Now that provision has been removed, and people are now saying Why didn't INEC, use its discretion to stop certain candidates who had certain inadequacies? INEC cannot do that when you have removed the power from it. But if you give it the power, and then it does due diligence, and it feels that this candidate does not meet the requirements to contest this particular office, it can say we are disqualifying you. But now INEC cannot do that. So there are so many things in the law that people just look at in terms of who is the chairman of INEC as at now. And then you look at how you can now whittle his powers and put him in check, forgetting that when his tenure ends, another pharaoh will come.
Will take over.
Will take over, who never knew Joseph. And then, and then things will change. So we need to do things not with regard to the individual or exigencies, momentary exigencies. We look at the long term. How are things going to work out? When we do that, then we don't have to be changing the laws after the contest of every election cycle.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick, for your thought there. Let me bring in Osita. There have been a lot of irregularities and complaints arising from these off-cycle elections, and some of the agents actually and the politicians are calling for annulment of these elections. Are these complaints enough to call for such annulment?
My brother, we have been on this matter. When the public office in Nigeria becomes the only or most lucrative enterprise, a councillor suddenly becomes the richest man in his village. He might be a boy that just from school. Suddenly, because he became a councillor, he now becomes wealthy. The same with a commissioner, the same with a member of House of Assembly. So it becomes a do-or-die affair. But we are coming to a stage, maybe one day. I told them how in South Korea, the guy I came to visit, the son introduced the son to me, and he said the son is leaving the university that year. So I asked him, what would you like to do? He said he would like to work in Samsung. I said, but your father is in the foreign ministry. Why don't you go to become a diplomat? He said it's no more the vogue. That he will even prefer the small tech companies to work than for the public service. That's not the same case here. The young man wasn't trying to go to the National Assembly in Singapore, in South Korea, because it wasn't a lucrative venture for him. I think they will need to also downplay the perquisites of office of the public office so that it might not be as attractive as it is today. I think that is one of them. And that is also why what reinforces the identity politics. Yes, it's our turn to be president. It's our turn to be governor. So you do not see the other man with the qualities he has, whether you know that the man is more proficient or more capable because he's not their own. It has been happening to us. There was a book somebody wrote in London, a professor in London School of Economics. He was writing in a chapter he has about Nigeria. He said he couldn't understand that in 1979, the Nigerian people did not find it worthy that the economy we were trying to face then, that Awolowo could have handled better than Shagari. But because of identity politics, they didn't vote for Awolowo. And the professor remarked that even the North he thought could have aligned with Awolowo. That if Awolowo had joined the late Colonel Ojukwu to declare Oduduwa Republic, that Nigeria wouldn't have been here. That he played that role to unite the country. And it's not up to a decade. He wanted to be president. The same people he fought with, just down the other side, and brought, say, Shagari, who indicated interest to go to the Senate. who are not aspiring to be president of the country. And because of that, we all suffered it. And the democrats slipped off. Yes, Awolowo could have, some could have disagreed with the Chief Awo. That's why the late Ojukwu said he was the best president we never had. The day we start looking at it, Osito Okechukwu is from my town. He's my friend. No. I know Osito Okechukwu well. He cannot do this. The other man is better, so why don't we vote for him? We must come to that level. If we don't come to that level, what you're saying happens. When you talk of the complaints is about the stomach infrastructure. That I will get more from my brother. More than instead of voting for Nick Dazang, let me vote for Osito Okechukwu, who is my brother. So we pray the day will come out of it. It's identity politics. Look at the result we had today. If you go to Igala area, my friend Mutala Hasbo, then the other one is getting more in his own area.
Yeah.
But that should not be the case. We should look at the candidates who thought that they present to us and who do we think they are.
Okay.
The one they are holding in Bayelsa, it will turn out that there was some people trying to get more votes there. Otherwise, the election had been concluded since yesterday. So, how many wards are they counting? How many polling units that they couldn't have concluded? So those are the dangers we face when we leave identity politics. I'm not saying anybody should forget his brother or his kids and kin, but please let us shine our eyes and look for better candidates each time we want to make a choice.
Thank you very much, Chris, for Osita, for that, your thoughts there. I don't know, Chris, are you still with us? Chris?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay, I want you to talk to the issue of the, you are an observer at the election. Now let's look at the role of the party agent in ensuring fairness and integrity of an election. From your observation, how would you describe their role in this off-cycle election?
The role of
the party agents, yes, in ensuring fairness and
in the election,
yes, and integrity, yeah.
The election generally, it's a challenge. That is why the much emphasis on voter education. For the first time, I think INEC now has to do with that. Party agents, their pictures, their passport photos have to be in their ID card. If you are amazed that you get to some filling stations, some will fold it and put it inside their pocket. Only one party will be there. You know, as how many party agents do you have here? They begin to run head squatter, stuff in their pockets to bring out their ID cards. The political parties have not taken it serious, the role of the party agents and the importance of training them. In fact, sometimes the party agents are left for the strongest, the Tibu Zobo, the macho people. That is it. They just thought it's a thing of power and might. They forgot easily that the party agent there is the party in action. He presents the candidate. And that, of course, that he should. We have seen cases where, after voting, they just collect the card. They mean if they want they won in that particular polling unit, they collect their own copy of the result and start running. Jubilation they've won. You will now call them back. Come now, let him upload the original the original results and upload it. They don't really understand that. In some cases, in a lot of cases, parties don't put it, there's no agent. They don't have any agent. In some cases, the agent is an agent to another party. Probably they have much more money to spend. And so it's a misgrill of some sort, as I said. Party agents should be trained to really understand their duties and responsibilities as agents of the party, of the candidate. It doesn't just end there, too. Even the electorates themselves, the voters themselves. You come into a polling unit, it's like a marketplace. You begin to ask, this will not be market now. Everybody's scrambling. I think maybe part of the situation is getting worse because of what people describe as weaponization of poverty. People are that 10,000, that 5,000, they don't have it. Though I wouldn't say we caught anybody red-handed, but they have become more ingenious in that. It exists, even if we claim and say it doesn't exist in terms of vote buying. Party agents are also agents of that. In fact, I had a case in one election, the person refused to vote because that he is mandated to show to the party agents who he voted for. One off-cycle election some years back. These are the challenges that faces us. Voter education or political education is very low, very weak, very weak. You even see that's where a situation where even candidates self, they don't even know why they are there. That of course they have the capacity, the financial capacity, or to show up and whatever. A lot of people go into election not even knowing that it's about service to the people. Politicians are becoming less conscious of the fact that you aspire to these political positions to serve the people. Otherwise, why is service to the people? Why do you see service? I mean, that's why you see the political elites becoming richer, where the society becoming poorer. The basic amenities are now provided across the country. So we must begin to turn a new leaf. The parties themselves that ought to be ideologically based and guided by their party manifestos. Do they even know that these things are working documents, action plans that ought to guide your conduct and behavior even when you get into the office? We have a long way to go. That's no need pretending. I commend my brother and friend from NOA and then and organic, those what you are putting in place. Beyond theory, we engage the people. Let these things, in fact, political education should be going on both in the churches, in the mosque, in marketplaces, market associations, town union development agencies, unions, at every sector of our society. There should be constant awareness, constant education on the political democratic process. The political elite themselves must learn to play by the rules. Why if you look at the conflict, even in our constitution, which is the supreme norm, the supreme law, and the electoral act, they're all conflicting themselves. So we need a lawmaking body that is visionary, that thinks about things that will happen 200 years ago and stop being selfish and self-centered by amending the act where it fits them now. This electoral act did not favor some politicians. They didn't come back to power, but they were doing it for the sake of their continuity. So let us be more selfless. Let us be more visionary. Let us be more far thinking, in the world putting the laws in place. And let these laws be, let's lessen the degree of ambiguity that makes one particular law get 1,000 interpretations at different courts, conflicting, and then it looks as if it's just forward movement without progress. No, that we should get back to the basics in strengthening our electoral system. The electoral system, it's everybody's work. INEC itself, I have made cases for INEC severally. Sometimes INEC lose in Kumba. They had organic former INEC staff talked about how some powers were taken away. Yeah, because INEC should have the powers to screen out, of course, some candidates. There should be basic standards. There should be basic rules, qualifications for somebody to aspire to public office. Public office is a sacred thing. Leadership is a sacred thing. Look at societies that have good leaders. See us today as Nigeria, the great Nigeria, where we are losing our respect. But thank God we have a new president, have shown sign that he knew why he was elected. That's why also now the litigations are over. let all hands come on deck. Let us join hands with the president. In the case of the federal government, in the case of the governor, let everybody come on board. Those elected should not close the doors.
Well, thank you very much, Chris Agiri, for your thoughts on this discussion tonight. Thanks for joining us for the conversation. We have been speaking with Director General, Flag Foundation of Nigeria, Chris Agiri from Owerri. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have our guest here, but would like to take a break now to bring you NTA's flagship program, Newsline. The offline off-circle election studio resumes as soon as Kogi State Collation Center is ready for us. Stay with us.
Every great art piece exude is a quest for many. Art is a means of communication, a symbol of humanity, depicting aesthetics in various forms. Art connotes strength and visibility as a way of preserving heritage, promoting culture, and painting pictures of our daily realities. This young artist examines tales of the eyes, mind, and body through his works.
My work is more of the real life and of ordinary Nigerians, the women, the children. It's not a painful art, it's just their joys, their moments of doubt, their moments of sorrows too. I draw with raw charcoal on cloth. I just burn them and just make the charcoal.
A combination of brevity with comprehensive suggestiveness that appeals to one's sensibility. One cannot ignore the depth each art piece possesses. But how well do people appreciate and understand these artworks?
You can see they are about to cross the road. So I saw the painting that you look before you leap. The child at the mother's back is relaxed. That means she trusted the mother so much that she is capable of protecting her from any danger.
When I look at that painting or this one, it tells me something, and I'm able to understand the strength of a woman. And looking at this painting, I could easily relate with the average Nsukka woman. I'm from Nsukka. That's the strength of the Nsukka woman.
I like the media, charcoal work. I've used it before. And I like the way he's using it in his pictures to create definition, to show light and shadow. Yeah. So particularly I like this artwork because of the theme, showing independence, and because I like being an independent woman, and I believe every woman should be independent and they can be able to do anything that they desire to do.
One or two things that I'll pick here is that it teaches us about what are we proposing in the narrative structures. Look at the woman in the deer is showing that okay, you can better yourself where you are. Not necessarily when you move to cities. So people in the rural area, they too, if you are content with what you have.
Every art piece speaks to the soul, with its peculiar references to details, although we may sometimes get lost while trying to understand its central message, and this can only be related by the artist.
This is one of my favorite pieces. The piece is actually recent. I title the work The Gaze. For some reason, something captures their attention, and whatever they are looking at, it's not making them sad, it's not making them happy. Children actually look up to their parents to see whatever they are doing. And there's this saying that history repeats itself. And so I try to use this piece to show a girl, to show the world whom she is in the light of day. And I used it to apply to relationships between people, to apply to marriages. I see openness and transparency as one of the strong keys to a successful, cordial relationship.
Every artist has a unique approach and diversity to its interpretation. However, despite its broad approach to our daily realities, art appreciation and collection still poses a major challenge in this part of the world.
Promoting art in primary schools especially, we try to encourage children from the beginning, the primary schools, the importance of arts. They will understand that it's also a profession that somebody can easily really enjoy and express themselves through.
I think art gives a lot of story about a country or people or a nation, and yeah, we should always preserve artwork. Yeah, because it will be used in future generations to tell a story of the past.
We don't really blame those that don't appreciate art. You have to have conquered, food as a problem to be able to appreciate things like luxurious things. Most of us, we live a life of survival. It starts from building ourselves as a nation first before we can actually appreciate art.
Art is no doubt a benchmark for nation building, a great assurance to sustainable growth, especially with the strings of creative expressions all around the country. If only we can look within and let every art piece we set our eyes on speak to our minds and body, then art appreciation will become more valuable.
The history of art is as old as the history of man. Man by nature is artistic when it comes to how he relates to his environment. Life is said to be an expression of beauty and art, where different materials or things are used to beautify the environment and even the human body. The beautification of the human body tells a story of different cultures, but one commonly found in this part of the country is the henna designs. The precision in henna design is a wonder, as the creative nature of man is brought to play.
The act of making something more beautiful by adding ornaments to it is also known as decoration. Today, so many men and women hardly do without decorating their events. They choose the colors and the quality of materials befitting such an event. Invited guests and groups that grace the occasion normally come in their numbers with different attires conforming to the recommended colors. This practice is an indicator of cooperation and solidarity during ceremonies and festive periods. The purpose of wearing the dress can be to serve as self-identification with age mates, relations, or friends during social occasions such as weddings, funerals, or parties. The word "aṣọ" in Yoruba means cloth.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment.